Oh, well, everybody know who I want next. I want Terrence Crawford next.
You're going to make that happen?
Huh?
You're going to make that happen?
Oh, definitely. That's the fight that I want. That's the fight everybody else want. Like I said, I'm going to get these straps and I'm going to go over there and take his shit too.
All right. Errol, congratulations. Terrific fight this evening.
Thank you, man. Down. Strap season. Y'all know what time it is, baby. Terrence, I'm coming for that motherfucking belt.
All right.
I'm not catching fades anymore. Gotta keep my hands clean when they come for the board. Keep it smooth like a dawn, making moves in the dark. Cause I learned how to swim in the pool full of sharks. Now they coaches, cause they can't read all his motions. How the kid never switch codes, but he code switch focus. Staring down your team with a frozen, ice cold look that could end the summer solstice. Cause I'm more like the top dog. Keep on running game and the gang will accost y'all. I be calling plays from a plane while I'm off court. But we ain't the same, you a lame, I'm a mob star. Actually, I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibes. I'm the kingpin. They know I'm a dog and a beast, man. Yeah, I keep the peace with a peace, man. I ain't got no time for appeasement. Why would I respond to a pawn? I'm the... Hold up.
If I let my dogs off the leash, they you might want to get out of Dodge by the east. Honestly, think it's not the blood and the beef. If they don't leave anything behind at the east.
I can see you soft, ever thought about retreating. If you never have, then they'll give you a reason. Better watch your tone, lose your bass when you speaking. Underneath the mask is the wrath of a... When you learn how to smile in their face, then go cutthroat. Then they wanna call you a con when the blood cold. I remember starving while y'all had a truckload. Now I'm with the mob with the call and the gusto. I'm a top dog on a stat sheet. Off court, but I call plays for the athlete. Laughing when the cop cars try to catch me. Cause I rolled off in a taxi. Put my feet up, I'm relaxing. Singing Figaro with no accent. While I pull strings from the streets in. Do it all with a straight face, I'm the kingpin. Top dog, top flow, boss mode. I'm the kingpin. Showstopper, top dog, God vibes. I'm the kingpin.
What's up? What's going on, everybody? What's happening, man? I know everybody's checking out what's happening with Zuffa. Man, what's going on? What's going on, Gabe? What's happening? Yeah, Zuffa is winning, man. They winning, bro. I mean, they got it going on over there at Zuffa. This look like the zone back when Eddie Hearn came in all cocky. You know what I'm saying? I hope everybody can hear me because I'm doing this on my phone. So, you know, now you know, they looking pretty good, man, because they done signed Devin Haney, and now they got Teofimo Lopez. So, you know, it's crazy because I've been hearing a lot of people, you know what I'm saying? I've been listening to a lot of the channels, and they've been like, you know, hating on Zuffa, man. I'm like, why? You know what I'm saying? I mean, I understand about the Ali Act, but that failed. You know what I'm saying? So they couldn't really get that changed. So they felt in that aspect. But in terms of organizing the sport, you know what I'm saying? So we don't have all this crazy ass weight where we can just get fights signed up and then we don't have, you know, fighters, you know, rejecting fights. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking forward to the organization. I've been hearing all kind of arguments as to why Zuffa isn't good for boxing. You know, because right now people are tired of fighters, you know what I'm saying, you know, trying to cherry pick fights. You know, we just want to see the fight, you know, we want to see some order, we want to see some structure. you know what I'm saying, to how we're watching these fights. We want boxing to be a sport, not just an event, you know what I'm saying, not just a sporting event. And, you know what I'm saying, if they get up on the Zuffa system, it'll be kind of crazy to get used. It'll be probably one belt instead of 4. You know what I'm saying? Just one belt that you can get. So they're going to do get back to like a traditional way of watching boxing, right? You know what I'm saying? Instead of all this, you know, silver belt and all this, all these different kind of belts that we be seeing, and you know, it's just a way for the sanctioning bodies to, you know what I'm saying, impose a fee on these fighters to get some of that money, right? So I'm excited about that. I just want to see which way this shit's going to go. What's going on, Bruce, Boxing Gas, and more? I'm just interested to see which way it's going to go, how it's going to work out. Devin, you know what I'm saying, the rumor mill is that he signed a 3-fight deal for $30 million. That's the rumor mill. I don't know if it's real or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't know exactly if, you know what I'm saying, is that what it is or not? But that's what people are saying, that it's a 3-fight deal for $30 million. I don't, you know what I'm saying, but you know, the thing that's like really tripping me out is how the hate that the Haney received over this. Because I was listening to other boxing channels, and they were like, "No, you know, the Haneys are not gonna get any money. God, I hope God, you know, burn the money." I mean, it's like, what is going on? It's like the Haneys are Frankenstein, right? And it's like, you know, the boxing community are the villagers, you know what I'm saying, with the torches, and they're trying to smoke them out of boxing or some shit. I don't understand the hate, bro. It's like social media has really done its job, or are the Haneys really that heinous? You know what I'm saying? I haven't seen shit that they've done for them to get this kind of rancor, right? In the public, you know what I'm saying? So people really detest the Haneys. I don't understand it, but you know, I always knew, and you know, say, think about it. You know, if the zone didn't work out, Matchroom didn't work out for Devin, right? So they were saying, Eddie Hearns was saying, like, you know, Devin Haney, you know, wasn't producing enough pay-per-views, right? So, you know, they really didn't want to pay for his fights, you know, that he wanted to pursue. So, you know what I'm saying, that was one avenue closed, right? So they had to find another avenue, and, you know, the biggest thing that was going is Zuffa. So how in the world that people didn't know that Devin Haney, you know, especially, you know what I'm saying, after, you know, winning against Brian Norman Jr., you know what I'm saying, that he wasn't going to go to Zuffa. And there's a lot of fighters out there waiting on Zuffa to see, you know, you saw Richard Hitchison and you saw Edgar Berlanga go over there. So I don't know. I mean, they kind of, everybody's just kind of, they don't want to take a loss before they could see what kind of check, what kind of offer they could get from Zuffa. So I've been telling people this, you know what I'm saying, that's what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So if they would sign, now I don't know if Shakur Stevenson waiting, but I do suspect that that's what's going on with him. Because if they'll offer Dev a 3-fight deal for $30 million, why won't they offer Shakur similar or even more, right? So everybody's trying to pimp Zuffa, you know, and trying to wait to see, you know, say what kind of offer, what they could get over there. What's going on, Tucson? What's happening? They're trying to see, you know, what shakes from the tree of the money tree. And I don't blame them. You know what I'm saying? I really don't. I mean, I don't blame them at all. It's just, I don't blame them at all. Let's see. What's going on, Charles? I see you out there. He says, Dana going to fuck over them, watch. He might just do that. But that's going to be bad for business, you know. I mean, that's something that he may do. But let me tell you something. You know, if you get your top stars, people that you want to attract other fighters, you know what I'm saying? I mean, to bring other fighters over. If he screwed them over, that's going to be bad for Zuffa. You mean? I mean, I don't know. I mean, that would be kind of stupid. screw over, especially if he, go and pursue and get, Shakur Stevenson. And, that would just put a bad reputation out there for Zuffa. And they just beginning, right? But then again, look what it might mean for boxing, though. You know what I'm saying? Because, you get an organization and structure, we no longer will you be able to sit back and say, say, nah, I don't want to fight him. Say, I don't want to fight him. That fight need to marinate. Saying we ain't got to worry about fights marinating. We ain't got to worry about, guys, saying stepping out of fights and stuff like that. I mean, I ain't talking about like injuries and stuff, saying that guys, hopefully they'll do something about the missing weight type shit just because, maybe they can't get rid of that. I don't know. I'm just kind of all over the place with Zuffa because I don't know really what they're going to bring, because, we've seen a couple of their fights, they put on the Canelo Alvarez fight with Crawford, they was the lead promoters in that. So so look like they could put on some fights. We saw the Conor Ben fight with a Prograde, so it look like they're gonna run some regular business. It's just they're gonna have those fucked up belts, that we're not used to seeing because I don't think they're gonna be using they won't be using the sanctioning body belts, and I think they're willing to work with the WBC and all the belts, the WBO and the IBF. I think they're willing to work with them. You know what I'm saying? So I don't think it'll be a problem. So we're looking at the David Benavidez. He's calling out Ja Obitaya, and it's just it's going to be as simple as PBC and Zuffa Boxing going to have to just come to an agreement now. I know PBC pay scale and all that stuff. If they can come to an agreement, that's going to be a hot ass fight with David versus Ja Obitaya because I don't think that Bivol, I don't think that Beterbiev, I don't think they're really interested in fighting David. If I think everybody saw how David, destroyed Gilberto Ramirez. So you can see that David is like, that nigga's in a zone, right now. So I don't think too many people want to mess with David right now because he's fighting his best right now. He's in his prime, 29. He's going to eat up pretty much anything that comes across his path right now. But I think Ja Obitaya will give him a good fight though. He's big. He's real nimble. He's athletic. He's got power. He's fast. He throws in combinations. So that's an interesting fight for David, But I still roll with the Mexican monster in that fight, for sure. He says, trash fighters with a trash company. Why people don't like, I know people don't like Dana White from what he did in MMA, but why y'all feel this strongly about it? He says, what's up, Poole? What's going on? He says, they starting to cut the WWE fighters pay by what? Really? Wow. That's crazy. I thought they had the Turk money behind it. I thought they had it should just be rumors. And it ain't no really way to confirm if they got $1 billion to work with. But I heard, the rumors is that he had that Turk money behind him. And Turk is a part of the company himself. He owned Ring Magazine. And, the Turk want to see certain fights himself. So unless it's something, something else ominous behind the scene, I don't even know how that's all going to pan out. But if he's cutting, that's bad. But, I don't watch wrestling no more. So, go ahead and cut them some bitches and let's get some damn boxing going. You know what I'm saying? I see it. Dusty Rhodes, he retired a long time ago. Wahoo McDaniel, the great Kabuki, these guys retired a long time ago for me. Wrestler number one, y'all don't know nothing about that. I was a kid when that was going on. Y'all don't know nothing about Dusty Rhodes, the American Dream. Now, if they would have cut them 50%, I would have been pissed. But these summer bitches nowadays, they can go hit on these steroids. These steroid guys, man, you know, you know what I'm saying? I don't care about that. You know, go ahead and cut their shit and let's get some boxing going. You know, he says Dana and his buddies a greedy business. Yes, they are. I agree with that. You know what I'm saying? I agree with that. He looked like a greedy bastard. He looked like he eat too much. You know what I'm saying? He looked like he's stressed out. The nigga ain't got no hair. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, sometimes it's, you know, sometimes it is what it is. He says, I'm tired of hearing 20 boxers say that they are best in the world and are too afraid to fight others. You damn right. You damn right, Gabe. You know what I'm saying? And that's what's going on. You know, instead of just getting on with the business, we got to wait through the bullshit. We got to see all kind of pussy punk ass Twitter posts. You know what I'm saying? We got to see trolling. It's like, nigga, get your ass in there and fight, and let's get to the next fight. You know what I'm saying? People, you know, we got to bring back that it's all right to lose, and I think we'll see. You know, with Zuffa, if Zuffa pans out the way I want it to pan out, you know what I'm saying? We'll just get the fights. You know what I'm saying? That's the most important thing. All this other stuff, you know, we'll get the fights. You know, you'll put the rack up there. Who's number one? Who's number two? Who's number three? Who's number four? Up until 10, and then we just, you know, everybody just fight it out. You know, and it is just that simple. You know, we ain't got to worry about what have you done. You know, all this stuff. Who have you fought? You haven't fought in 6 months. You haven't fought in 8 months. You know what I'm saying? You ain't doing nothing. No, we ain't got to worry about all that stuff. You know, I want it back to, you know, where they're actually doing, you know, going by sports, you know what I'm saying, standards, you know, so we'll know what's going on, who's who and why. You know, right now, you know, it's just a popularity contest. That's all it is, just a popularity contest. And everybody got their favorites. You know what I'm saying? I don't care who you like. You know what I'm saying? It's just when you start capping, you know what I'm saying, the cover for your favorite fighter, that's, you know what I mean? It's like people just not accepting, you know what I'm saying? They're not respecting what's really going on. You know what I'm saying? They rather just, you know, hate on the fighter that they don't like and this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you could not like a fighter, but still be truthful. You know what I'm saying, about what they're doing or what you think they're doing, right? So that's my problem with the sport. You know what I'm saying? You know, people, you know, they hate Haney's, but shit, Devin fighting, who the hell? I mean, he's gonna make the fight. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna fight who we want to see him fight. I mean, regardless of what you think of him and his daddy, as long as they fight, you know what I'm saying, the fights that we want to see, who cares about the rest, right? At least that's the way I look at it. He says Dana and his buddies agreed. Okay. Two says, damn, I'm looking at the screen and shit. Let me see. I'm doing this from my phone, so it's different. She says, I can't highlight. I'm on the phone, so let me see. Let's see. He says they got into boxing to pay fighters less and keep the revenue at the top. You know, so but right now, I feel you. I feel what you're saying. But Conor Ben just got a 5-year, $15 million deal. That's what we're looking at. You know what I'm saying? Right now, the fighters, you know, that they're bringing over and signing, they're getting the big contracts. I don't know what they're going to offer, you know what I'm saying, the little guys and stuff like that. But you could kind of say we greedy entertainer watchers because we only want to watch who we want to watch, right? And as long as they get paid, you know, let's say if Earl Spence Jr. Go over there, you know what I'm saying, they offer him, you know, whatever, you know, 5 million, 10 million, whatever you think he worth. And as long as he get paid, you know what I'm saying, to fight, and they get some other guys that he can fight. You know, maybe they get Tim Tszyu, maybe they get Ugas, I'm just putting names out there. Maybe they get Fandora, maybe they get, you know what I'm saying, some of these other guys. As long as we get to see the fight, who really cares what the hell they do? You know what I'm saying? You know, I do care for the fighters, but the fighters don't give a damn about me. You know what I'm saying? When they take off and shit, you know what I'm saying? And or if they don't want to fight a certain guy, you know what I'm saying? They don't care about us. So, you know, I mean, I just want to see them. I mean, I care about them getting paid and all that, but if they go with the Zuffa, I'm sure they're going to fight who they're supposed to fight. You know what I'm saying? Doing it under the old boxing tradition is kind of breaking down. It's all about who's paying the sanctioning fees, who's got the political power. You know, and Canelo showed us that, you know, saying for a decade, you know, he's got that big $365 million deal. And then he was like, fuck everybody. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to fight who I want. You know, so I do what I want. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is Live Gold had lost all funding. The soccer league has lost funding. It says has. It says Live Golf. So you think they crumbling or something? So you think everything they just taking all the assets out of these things for themselves and letting the rest of the empire fall? That's what you're thinking? You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I really don't follow all that other stuff with Zuffa. You know what I'm saying? I don't really follow their company or all the other events and sports that they own. You know what I'm saying? He said they just created a new belt, and they said they just created a new belt in a new side of the street. All that changing boxing and fixing the problems is false. So we have even more problems now. Watch. He said, let's see how Benavidez and let's see how that how Benavidez and Ja Obata situation plays out. Okay. I mean, like I say, I don't know what Zuffa got planned. You know what I'm saying? We know Dana White is a little bit, you know, he's a little shady. You know what I'm saying? But you know, let's see how it pans out. I haven't heard anybody complain yet. That's been, you know, Richard Hitchenson's over there. You know, right now they're just gathering up, you know, a stable. And let's see how they do with that stable. I mean, all we could do is kick back and watch. You know, I hear people, you know, they're trying to bring the news and they're trying to warn people about Zuffa. But right now they're signing fighters. You know what I'm saying? Fighters are going to check them out. And seeing what they can get, you know what I'm saying? So what you think the checks are going to bounce, you know what I'm saying, for Conor Bean? You think the checks are going to bounce for Richardson Hitchens and all those guys? You think Teofimo Lopez, he just signed? You think that, I don't even know how much Teofimo signed for. But you don't want to see, you know, what Zuffa can do. You know what I'm saying? See if they can straighten out some of the issues that we're having with boxing right now. You know what I'm saying? To have a competitor, having, you know, somebody who could provide some competition, you know what I'm saying, with the sanctioning bodies and stuff, so these guys can act right. My thing is anybody willing to give Zuffa a chance, you know what I'm saying? Or is it just that, you know, that Dana White, you know, is contaminated already? You know, since Dana White hands are all over Zuffa, you know what I'm saying? Everybody already believes that this thing is doomed, you know what I'm saying, before it plays out. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I really don't, man. It's like, I just want to see, you know what I'm saying, the guys, you know what I'm saying, get in the ring and do their thing. And if Zuffa Boxing can provide that, I'm all for it, you know. But you know, I won't be running those Zuffa Boxing ads over here at Full Kind of Boxing. I won't be doing that at all. So, but it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out. You know what I'm saying? But so far so good. You know, they getting the names, and you know, even, you know, you see the Zone. Remember when the Zone was coming out? They were signing everybody too. Matchroom was signing everybody too, and then all of a sudden things just kind of, you know what I'm saying, just kind of stalled out. You know, for Matchroom. But then Eddie was a new. You know, he was a new promoter, and you know, he put on some good fights. He did put some good fights. He says, what you say, RBW? He says, I never watch anything Zuffa. Why? I mean, if they have fights that you want to see, why not watch them? Would you just hate the company like that? It was a time in boxing when you didn't know anything about, you know, I mean, you might have known who Don King was. You know, you might have knew a few things, but you wasn't able to, unless you got like Ringside Magazine or you got some kind of boxing magazine, you really didn't know all the ins and outs. But now that we got, the social media, and we got the internet, saying you can find out a lot more things about these companies and everything. But, saying, it's like, I don't understand the hatred towards these companies. If Zuffa could get us to fight, bro, I don't understand. Why not watch? You're gonna boycott. You're gonna, you're gonna boycott the big fights. If Zuffa is running it, I know a lot of people was against the zone. And the zone did a lot of shitty things, Look what they did to Boo Boo Andrade. They did quite a few shitty things. Look what they did with Anthony Joshua, the Wilder situation. So, they protect their fighters, Jerron Boussinis, so hopefully they do right by Jerron Boussinis, because he's definitely got so much potential, hopefully Matchroom treat him well, and he could get, he could get the fights that he need, 154, but, I mean, hey, Zuffa's in the house, man. Zuffa is in the house, bro. And there ain't nothing we can really do about it. All we really could do is sit back and see how Zuffa is gonna treat these fighters. And I'm all for that. I'm all for that. I'm saying I'm not a Dana White. I don't like his personality. He's a pushy. He's arrogant. You can see he's a greedy bastard. But man, if he's good for boxing, man, I mean, if he can make that Zuffa boxing workout, I'm all for it. If he can make boxing work out and under a really good structure, and be organized and everything, I'm all for it, man. PBC, all these other companies, they ran out of money. They had to cut down on venues. Top Rank, kind of fell to the wayside. Looking for a home and everything. I know they just, got a home and everything, but they were out for a while. So all these companies, they got issues. All of them have problems from time to time. But Zuffa had, they just getting started, and they put on Crawford versus Canelo Alvarez. I think that was a big ass fight for them. And I think that was a splash. And I think Crawford got paid. Canelo definitely got paid. I think Crawford got paid something like $50 million I forgot what the upside was. I think it was $100 million the upside. And then Canelo, he got his money. So until I hear Zuffa Boxing is not paying out, or they're not, they're doing something that's shady. We just got to see what happens with these guys. Just got to see if somebody was saying like Devin Haney ain't going to see no parts of that money. Well, I'm just like, why they worried about that? So why they worried about if Devin's going to get paid or not? I guess they want the Haneys to be poor. I guess they want the Haneys to get a bad deal or whatever. I just don't get that. Because if Devin Haney gets over at Zuffa, then we may get Devin versus Teofimo Lopez. If Shakur kind of look at Zuffa and decide to come over, then we're going to have the fights that we want to see. I don't think you'll ever get Tank to leave the PBC. Well, not the PBC, because he got his own promotions, right? I don't know how that shit works over there. But if they could get Tank to make a deal, we could get all these fights out the way. Because they long overdue, because everybody's just, reaching the end of their prime, except for Devin and Ryan and guys like that. So it'll just be good to see if Zuffa can corral everybody up under one banner. Or if they could just come to some kind of agreement with the fighters, and their representatives, their promoters. Maybe we could get some of the fights to work out. But whatever going on, we need to see these fights in the next 1 or 2 years. We need to see these fights right now before these guys start entering their 30s, like Earl Spence Jr. and Bud did. or Mayweather and Pacquiao. You know, we need to see the fights while these guys, as early as possible in their 20s. You know what I'm saying? So we could even possibly get a rematch. You know what I'm saying, between Shakur and Teofimo Lopez, Shakur Stevenson. You know what I'm saying? We could even get a second fight. But the way things are going nowadays, these guys just fight them one time and then they move on. It's like, what's going on, man? It's like, so if Zuffa could bring something like that back where you could possibly have a rematch, after the first fight, that'll be amazing. You know, so they're gonna pick up. They're gonna be really popular, bro. If they could do that, and if they can grab the sport and organize it, I hear what y'all saying about, all the other, shady things they're doing to the rest of their sports. 'Cause I don't even know what. I know they got MMA. I don't know about all that other stuff. You know what I'm saying? But if they could grab boxing and turn it, blow it up and make it into, a global sport, that'd be great. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I know I'm watching. You know what I'm saying? I know I'm going to be watching. I don't know what the hell they're going to charge if they come up with an app. I don't know what to expect from Zuffa Boxing, you know what I'm saying, as far as when you hit that app and see what kind of money they're going to charge. But it might be where you have to sign up to Paramount. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause I see Paramount is they're starting to put out their app everywhere. So, might be kind of like a Netflix thing where, say if you sign up with Paramount, say you can click on to the fight. And that's what I'm thinking. Because what's going on, PGH Big Dog in the building? What's going on, bro? So I'm kind of excited, man. I know people got the gloom and doom, you know what I'm saying, the Dana White and but the Turk is with him over there. So, you know what I'm saying, the Turk like good fights. So, if they're willing to pay if he's willing to pay to get him on the line, man, it is what it is. The Turk got the money. Right now, the PBC, they bullshitting, all these other fighters, you got Virgil Ortiz, he wants $7 million. I'm pretty sure he could probably get that at Zuffa if he want to fight the guys at 154. I'm pretty sure at Zuffa he could get that. That's not a big deal. The Turk got all kind of money behind him, but, as long as he with Golden Boy, Oscar De La Hoya, he's greedy as shit. He robbed Canelo ass, so he's probably going to rob Virgil Ortiz. So, he might get put on the shelf. Who knows, because I haven't seen Virgil Ortiz, who he's going to fight next. Him and Oscar De La Hoya is going back and forth, so we don't know what's happening over there at Golden Boy. And he don't have a whole lot of stars left, so they're going to have to do something, He said they're going to have to do something. But, man, David Benavidez, bro, he's coming out in a big way. Devin coming out, not Devin. David Benavidez is coming out in a big way, man. I think look like this is David Benavidez's time to shine. He man, that performance that he put on, man, that shit was, that was, I know people may not follow Gilberto Ramirez like that, but Gilberto Ramirez was a very technical boxer. He was, he fought Bivol, he fought some of the best, right? And he lost, he lost against Bivol, but you could tell that he's a good, solid fighter. And for David to be his first fight at cruiserweight, man, he really impressed me. He really impressed me. We already know what caliber fighter David Benavidez is, but to go in there and destroy Gilberto Ramirez like that, bro, I was like, damn. I said he was going to probably knock him out in the 8th round, right? Something like that. I just knew David hand speed. Was just going to be too much for Gilberto because he's too slow. But then we didn't know how David was going to look at cruiserweight, right? What's that, 200 pounds? You know what I'm saying? I don't know how much David had to gain to make the weight, but, he looked fine. he looked just fine. He looked like he was comfortable, man. And his hand speed didn't go nowhere. I mean, man, Gilberto looked like he was humongous. And he was laying hands, a couple of hands on David too. I seen David move back a couple of times when he got hit by Gilberto. You know what I'm saying? But then them combinations that Gilberto was hitting David with were getting slower and slower, and David just started picking them apart, which you don't see David do much of. You know what I'm saying? Like, he was really boxing at first, and he was just picking his spots, man. And then that shit got crazy. David just started putting those 8-piece combinations together, man. Boop, 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 boop. And I was just like, wow. David does this thing where he frames you and then he hits you. That framing and hit you shit that David does now, man. I mean, woo. Boy, I added some things, to his arsenal, and it's very effective. And he just broke Gilberto Ramirez, his orbital bone. You know what I'm saying? Just broke it. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Broke his nose. You know what I'm saying? He just made that shit look easy, bro. He made it look easy. I was like, well, this boy, you could tell that David is like, his fluidity, he's just on another level. He didn't look all that clumsy and stuff like that. He right now he's fighting some of his, he's boxing some of his best boxing right now. And I want to see him get that Ja Obataia fight. I don't see David leaving the PBC. David seemed like he one of them loyal. He seemed like he one of them loyal dudes, that he don't care, if the whole building burns, he's gonna be inside that building while it burns down till there's nothing left, and then he'll probably move on somewhere else. But he seems to be happy over there. So, you know what I'm saying? But we'll see, man. But David, man, I mean, shit. He is I think he's gonna go down. He's gonna be legendary. I think he'll do well up at heavyweight too. You know what I'm saying? I want to see him fight a Tuma. What's that guy name? The new guy, the 21-year-old. You know what I'm saying? That's probably going to be down probably about 4, 5, 6 years down the line. A Tuma. But you know what I'm saying? If he moves up to heavyweight, I would love to see that fight. I think that's going to be interesting because I don't think none of them other heavyweights going to be able to beat him up there. He says, what's going on, Thomas Hill? What's happening, bro? What's going on? But that's gonna be the fight. I don't think right now, if he gets by Ja Obataia, I don't see nobody else really messing with David. I don't see nobody who could touch David right now. So he's already unified. He's already unified at cruiserweight. So I don't even know who got the other 2 belts, but I would love to see him become undisputed. What if he become undisputed at light heavyweight and he become undisputed at cruiserweight? You know what I'm saying? That'll be something. And then he moves up to heavyweight and grab some belts up there. That boy, he got a bright future. David got a bright future, man. I mean, I'm all for it. He says, StreamYard, what's that? What's that, Thomas, with the stream? Oh, that's your stream? Let me see. Hold on. And in case anybody want to come out. Yeah, but those other fights, they were pretty good. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't familiar with a whole bunch of them. His undercard. I mean, he had some good fights, and he had some good fights on his undercard. But damn, we were waiting for the main event. One thing that was like really crazy, man, was Canelo coming to David Benavidez fight. And man, when I tell you Canelo, man, Canelo, he going out bad, bro. He going out bad. I mean, it's almost like it's a because hold on. It's a call. he ducked David for 5 to 6 years, right? And then he shows up to support Jaime Munguia, who's a trash ass fighter. I think Jaime Munguia is a trash fighter, fighting Oscar Duarte, right? That shit. And it was it Oscar Duarte he fought? I think so. I think it was. I just think that dude's a trash, bro. You know what I'm saying? So why is Canelo backing this guy? Why is he supporting this dude? He said that he don't fight Mexicans, and then he fought Jaime Munguia, right? And he shows up at David fight, right? David been wanting Canelo for years and years, but he's there to support Jaime Munguia, right? Somebody that he already beat, somebody he fought, and it's like I just didn't understand it. So I think it was just something off about this shit, because it's like, why are you rooting for this guy and at a David Benavidez fight? David's gonna call your ass out. You know what I'm saying? So as soon as David, it was time for David to come out, Canelo start running. Start running for the exit. You know what I'm saying? All the reporters was trying to catch up with Canelo. Let me see, I got a picture of it right. Everybody started coming over to Canelo, to see if and you know what the question they was gonna ask him. Let's see. I put that. Let's see. Let me see, where did I put that? Y'all bear with me for it. I don't know. Let's see. There you go. Here we go. This is what they called him in the bathroom. Going to he cut to the bathroom to get away from the reporters. And I was like, why is Canelo running away, from the crowds? You know what I'm saying? And he knew everybody was going to be asking, you sitting ringside, dummy, at a David Benavidez undercard. Come on, you already know that people is going to say, are you going to fight David? And when Canelo hauled ass away out of there, before David came out, I was like, why did he even put himself in this position? Jaime Munguia, is he really that important? Is he really that important? Or is this a prelude to something that they're trying to work on? And maybe Canelo thought that David was going to look bad. Maybe he thought that Canelo was going to, not Canelo, but David. Maybe he thought David Benavidez was going to look bad at cruiserweight, or maybe he just wanted to feel the crowd. Maybe he wanted to, still feel his star power, and they booed him. They booed Canelo. They booed him real bad. He came, when the how they put the camera on you, and they booed him, man. It was like, boo, right? I was like, wow, Canelo. It's like, Jesus, bro, your name, bro, your brand. And it's like somebody just gave him some bad advice. He should have never showed up at the David Benavidez fight. That was just, you ducked this man for 5 to 6 years. So what did you think was going to happen, right? And here he is running away before David Benavidez get out there, And it's like, he has such an attitude when it comes to, David, people asking him questions about David Benavidez. And, we know you ducked him, man. It's like, I don't understand why his fans just keep making excuses, saying for why Canelo, ducked David Benavidez. I don't understand it, bro. I don't understand it. Why put yourself in that situation, So, but he's just cruising for a room. He said, no, that's my link. Okay. He said, yeah. He said he has a chance. He had a chance to be something special. Yeah, I think so too. Says Canelo going out real bad. I just didn't understand it, Thomas. I was like, why would he put himself in that position? He already knows that people are going to come at him about David. And David, being true to who he is, he was calling out for the fight. Every time he see Canelo, he never miss an opportunity to call out Canelo, And everybody be like, he too big, Canelo has said that David Benavidez don't have any technique, and just down on him that he hasn't fought nothing. Well, David said, well, I fought a couple of champions. I'm a champion too now. I'm unified at cruiserweight. So it's just crazy. He said, and then David said he's willing to go back down to 168, but we know that's not what Canelo wants. He wouldn't even do that shit for Bivol. Bivol was like, shit, I'll come down to 168 and fight you. He wouldn't even run the fight back with Bivol. And I just like, I don't understand the mentality. It's like, Bivol beats you easy, bro. It's like, why not run that back and get your name back? Why not run that back? But you're not running none of it back, bro. None of these fighters are running these fights back. What's going on? It's like they don't care that they take a loss. It's like, I don't get it, bro. He said, I'm sorry, y'all. The reason why I ain't clicking it on the screen because I can't see it when I click it on my phone. Let's see. He said he needs to push for a mega fight with Benavidez in his last couple of fights. Wouldn't that be something? I think that would be the best thing for him, to get his name back up there. So he needs to stay in there and support that fight and also stand against his detractors. Yeah, He says McGear is a Mexican citizen living in Mexico. Benavidez is mixed living in America. I mean, I don't mind people doing things for race, but we're talking boxing here. I mean, you could hide behind that, but you running away from an ass whipping. That's part of it too. I mean, I mean, you can support all the Mexicans or blacks could support all the blacks that they want, but you can't use that as a shield not to fight the fight. That you're supposed to fight. You kept that man on hold for years, bro. You made that man move up. You made that man move up. That shit was like Triple G and what's his name, Andre Ward. You know what I'm saying? It's like when they're afraid that they're threatened. What I'm saying, they're gonna make sure that the fight doesn't work out. From what I understand, that Andre Ward said Triple G them an offer. They turned it down in 36 seconds. 36 seconds. That's all it took was to turn them down. It's like, no, we're not trying to fight you. And I don't know what's going on in boxing. Why is it like that? Why not fight the best? In a dead division. That's why I was so glad that Boots moved up from 147 because I didn't want to see him fight Devin Haney. I think he would have beat shit out of Devin Haney. You know what I'm saying? I think he would have beat shit out of Brian Norman Jr. Nobody want to see that. We want to see you where the big boys at. We want to see you at 154. We don't want to see, you're too big, bro, for 147 and no names and no talent. So you're too big for all that, bro. He says Mexicans support Mexicans, but they support their own most. That's cool. That's cool. I mean, I have no problems with that. With Mexican fighting Mexican. But why not fight? Why not fight David? I mean, your legacy, like, it really depends on that, I mean, even Eric Morales and Barrera, and you got Juan Marquez. They don't really look at Canelo like he's the greatest Mexican fighter ever. They don't look at him like that. They've said it themselves. They see the cherry picking, and they don't believe in it. He says, hopefully a prelude and nothing else as David looking bad. As for David looking bad, never believed Zerto to be a former threat to Benavidez. But I agree about the opportunity for Canelo to check the pulse of the crowd. Of course, he wanted to see if he's selling. Because Canelo, that's another, Canelo, if he comes there and he outshines David, steals his thunder, saying by being the big star, right? So he went there to hate. He went there to hate on David, just to check if the crowd love him more than David Benavidez, because really David is the Mexican that's supposed to he should have passed the torch on to, right? That's the guy, right? That's the guy who's going to beat Canelo, because you can't really pass the torch to Crawford. They're not going to accept that. Even though it was an official ass whipping, that Crawford gave Canelo, he's not. They're not going to give the torch, to Crawford. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be a Mexican, right? Like Oscar De La Hoya when he fought Chavez, right? That was kind of a Mexican, you know what I'm saying? That was kind of like a racial, Oscar De La Hoya being American Mexican, right? Kind of like a same situation with David. He's from Phoenix, Arizona, right? So it would have been. See, they kind of took the opportunity away from America, right? Kind of hate on America too, you know what I'm saying? Because David would have went in there and whipped his ass. So Canelo just took the shit off the table. You know what I'm saying, for Mexico. He already knew that what was waiting on him, if he would have fought. Because Canelo, he don't have the energy to keep up with David, and David's just a wrecking ball, right? But he kind of took it off the table for him, so he wouldn't even have the opportunity, So let me see. He says, he said, "Pooh, what you see in Tim Tszyu?" Tim Tszyu, he kind of disappointed me. I love his daddy, man. I love Tim. I tell you, Costa Tszyu was a motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? He was a mean bastard. You know what I'm saying? He was a mean bastard. The way he beat the way he beat, what's his name? Man, why am I having trouble with boxers' names all of a sudden? Zab Judah. The way he, Zab Judah, the boy's skill. I mean, Tim ain't got nothing on his dad, man. It's like he got a right hand. His defense is trash. He just don't have the skill level. He's got power. If EJ is 70% of himself, he'll beat Tim Tszyu. If he got 70% of what he had before, he'll beat Tim Tszyu. And then you have to worry about EJ's punch resistance, reflexes, But if he's 70%, 75%, 75%, so he'll beat Tim Tszyu, because Tim Tszyu ain't the same either. Ever since he went through that fiasco with Fedora, I think Fedora really took a lot out of Tim Tszyu. I think he brought him a reality check, and I think that really took a lot of his confidence away. And so he fought a couple of tomato cans, Tim Tszyu, and he's staying active, and that's going to help him against EJ. I don't know. I don't understand why EJ can't get it into his head that he needs to fight. He can't keep going. He's 35 years old right now. He can't keep going into fights, straight fights, so it's kind of iffy. I want to say EJ, but I'm kind of like, damn, Tim Tszyu been active. He's been active, bro. And that's a big deal. To be active. You saw what Crawford did. He got his fight in before he fought EJ. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know why EJ don't like to prepare for fights this way. He's not a young man anymore. But it's going to be, I'll give it a 50-50. I think EJ, if he, prepared like he's supposed to, if this rest has like really gotten him, refreshed, if his punch resistance there, EJ will win. If not, if he's, if he's functioning, if he's done lost anything on his reflexes, if he done lost anything on his punch resistance, we might see EJ get knocked out. We might see him get knocked out. But I don't think so. I think he's at least 70, like he got 75% of himself, he'll beat Tim Tszyu because he got a higher boxing IQ than Tim Tszyu. Tim Tszyu is just come forward, come forward, beat you with the, hit you with the right, with the right hand, and that's all he's trying to land, and he's going to try to press you. But Tim Tszyu look like a big motherfucker. I got to see what EJ look like. EJ is a small guy. I mean, just built wise, he's a small dude, man. But I will, I want to see what he look like at 154. But he can't change his height or anything like that. Tim Tszyu is taller than EJ, I believe, unless it's just like an illusion of the ring. I got to see him what it looked like side by side. He says, you said possibly one of the biggest fights that could possibly be made, Pooh. I think so. He said he definitely would have beat the shit out of both of them ninjas. Indeed, Pooh. Yeah, I think so. But we got EJ just haven't we just haven't seen him in the ring. So we got to see what he looked like. And then you see that first fight. That's why I wanted him to take a tune-up. Tim Tszyu ain't no tune-up. You know what I'm saying? That ain't no tune-up. He going straight into the fire when you're talking about Tim Tszyu. And then everybody's gonna be looking at EJ. He could even sustain even more damage in this fight coming back like this. Instead of taking a couple of easy fights. You know what I mean? And getting yourself back. Getting everything back. Getting your skills, timing, and all that. Get all that stuff back. You don't want to do that against a Tim Tszyu. You want to kind of be sharp when you go in there against Tim Tszyu. But then again, he had 3 years off. We don't know what he's been working on. Maybe he's been working hard, and maybe he's been working on shit. We don't know, but we'll find out. You know what I'm saying? You say you got EJ, if healthy, and in good shape. Yeah, we'll see. He looked like he's in good shape. He says, I think something was really wrong. Me too. I think so too. He said, but EJ, he said something real interesting. He said something about a documentary that, it's something coming out in his documentary, almost as if there's like some kind of intrigue that happened. He want to talk about what happened in that Bud fight. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm definitely going to be all over that documentary if EJ come out with it. You know what I'm saying? I think that's going to be everybody kind of interested to see what he got to say. Yeah. He says, 75%. Yeah, I think 75% beat him. And I really want to see, and I think Wilder knows some things too, because Wilder kind of like, he kind of alluded to, some things that he knows that's going on about it. It's a shady side to this business. And I don't know if that just means that he knows what certain fighters taking steroids, certain fighters, what I'm saying, they are cycling and things like that. So, I think we're gonna be surprised, you know what I'm saying, in the next 5 years, what's gonna come out about who's doing what in the sport. He says boxing hasn't been the same since EJ lost to Bud. I know. But hopefully it's gonna find its way, you know what I'm saying, back to the way it used to be. Hopefully, but everybody was just so hyped for that fight. It just kind of like, it's almost like it just took the soul out of people. With the EJ side, you know what I'm saying, then EJ dipping for 3 years, and not bouncing back, you know what I'm saying, just kind of, it just left a bad residue, out there, all the trolling and, you know what I'm saying, it's just like, they're talking about Bud ended EJ career and all this kind of shit. Very toxic vibes when it comes to the sport of boxing. He says, the whole energy change. He says, he says that will hit big because it didn't look right on so many different levels. That night, let me tell you something. I haven't watched the damn fight since. I haven't watched that shit since. He just got fucked up so bad I couldn't even watch it, bro. No more. I was like, I watched that one whole time, and I don't even use shit, no clips, no nothing. I was like, God damn, man. Like, but if something comes out, there might be one of those Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying, Ryan Garcia type situation. Don't be surprised if we look at the documentary and, you know what I'm saying, it might be one of them situations, you know what I'm saying, that kind of like Ryan and Dale, you know what I mean? That's what we might be getting, you know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying, we got to wait and see, This is a Ninja Bud ain't never ended no fighters' careers. You said it was like Bud took the blue pill. You already know. You know how I feel about that. And then it's almost like Bud came and took his place, took everything that was supposed to happen for EJ, happened for Bud. He got the Canelo fight, and I wasn't surprised that Bud beat Canelo because I don't look at Canelo as a special fighter. When he fought Austin Trout, he struggled. You know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for the open scoring, I don't think Trout would even put himself in a position to be knocked down the way he was. But since they had open scoring, they was giving Canelo this big lead. He had to change his he had to like really go for it. And when you open yourself up, of course, Canelo's a counterpuncher. And he was hitting like a bull back then, and he was a lot quicker. You know what I'm saying? And he knocked it out. I think it wasn't for that open scoring. I think Trout, well, he probably wouldn't have won the fight because they had Canelo. They was doing the Canelo scoring. And, so Trout kind of got cheated, in a little dirty, play. And then you had Laura, and he struggled with Laura. You know what I'm saying? So really, he struggled with Triple G. You know what I'm saying? He never was like this like really smart, guy that separated himself. You know what I'm saying? I mean, yeah, he did some good boxing with Triple G. I think he had finally learned some shit after he fought Mayweather. Then Mayweather beat his ass, a 36-year-old man. You know what I'm saying? So he didn't even, he dropped the baton where he's supposed to be getting the torch passed to him, and he failed. He looked bad. You know what I'm saying? So I've never seen Canelo. He never was this dude that I thought. So when Crawford got to fight, I was like, Crawford got way more skills and intelligence than Canelo. He got way more skills, way more intelligence than Canelo. Canelo just got a reputation. He's a decent fighter. He's had a lot of experience, and so you're going to have a lot of confidence to beat him, and that's what Crawford had. And he went up there, he schooled him, He went up there and schooled him. So I wasn't surprised. I always said it from the beginning. Everybody's like, oh, he's coming up 3 weight classes. See, I thought Jermell Charlo was going to do the same thing. But I was disappointed because, Jermell Charlo, Jermell Charlo is bipolar. He's bipolar. Something's really wrong with that boy. It's like he's like the kid when he was growing up. So he had to take medicine and shit to calm down. So he's like one of them dudes. And then his mental and emotional state is everywhere. It's everywhere. It's like he's just a chaotic guy. Love him as a fighter. Don't get me wrong. Love him as a fighter, but something's wrong with him. He says Trout won that fight. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. He said, I thought Crawford would like 7 or 8 rounds, but the judges would give the fight to Canelo. That's what everybody was expecting because, Canelo got his own judges. But Crawford beat him so damn bad that you couldn't really give it to Canelo, because if you notice, in most Canelo fights, they go to the ring rope, and they let Canelo get off on him. I'm like, this dude have no foot speed. He can't really cut off the ring. Why are you going? And you'll see, if you go back and watch the Canelo fights that I covered, I'll be like, why is he going to the ring rope like Callum Smith? This nigga is 7 feet tall. It's like, why in the hell are you going back, putting your back to the ring ropes? Just to let Canelo get some shots off so they can say he won that round. So I mean, I see a lot of shady shit that be going on in Canelo fights, and it pisses me off. It's almost just like the Kovalev fight. Kovalev box way better than that. He can't even fake the funk. You know what I'm saying? He boxes way better than that. He's got a higher boxing IQ than Canelo. But yet somehow he comes over the top, hit Kovalev in the head, and it's like, yay! Canelo is the greatest. That shit is bullshit. You can fool the average boxing head, but no, not me. Not me. I know Kovalev said something about that Yard took a lot out of him and that he was depleted, but come on now. We're talking about little ass Canelo. Come on. He says, I heard Jermell was injured in that fight, but still, man, yeah. You know what I'm saying? With all that shit he was talking, so Jermell be talking a lot of shit. He always acting like he the baddest man in the land. I want to see you fight like that. But Canelo punched the shit out of him. You know what I'm saying? He was like, hell to the no. You know what I'm saying? When Canelo hit his ass with that boom, he was like, I don't want to get knocked out. And so that was that pussy that came out. I was like, bro, if you don't go sit your ass down. Go sit your ass down. I would have read Tito would have went out See, Felix Trinidad would have went out. He would have went out hard. He would have went out on his shield. I love him, Cotto. You know, them boys go out on their shield. You know what I'm saying? You know, I like that kind of bravery. He says, I heard Jamel was injured. Oh, I read that. He said it was the last 3 rounds that created opportunity for them not to be able to rob Canelo. He says had Canelo fought in the 3 Ultimate Championship rounds, they would have given it to Canelo. I'm surprised, man. Shit, you go out there and knock Canelo out and shit. They be like, Canelo won. Like, I ain't seen nothing. Say that shit, you disqualified. They're going to do something. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to do anything they can to keep. Canelo is the money. You said the sad thing about this whole thing is that Canelo is the money man. You know, nobody comes to see Jamel Charlo. You know what I'm saying? Nobody come to see who else he fought. You know, well, you know, they'll come to see Triple G. But I'm trying to think of some of the other fighters. Nobody comes to see John Ryder. You know what I'm saying? Nobody comes to see any of those other guys that Canelo fight. They come to see Canelo. See, and that's one thing I love about the Mexican fan base, bro. Mexican fan base going to support Canelo. You know, or it don't even have to be Canelo. Shit, you know, Eric Morales, some of these other guys, you know what I'm saying? All the Mexican stars, you know what I'm saying? They're going to Bam, you know what I'm saying? They're going to support their people. It's only black people that's everywhere, you know, that don't support their fighters, you know. I mean, and that's just, I got to give it up to slavery. I think we've been colonized. I think we've been, you know, it's what they call it, Willie Lynch, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's still affecting us. You know, we're ashamed to support our people. You know, we actually embarrassed to support our own people. Not everybody, but you know what I'm talking about. You know, but the Mexicans, they don't give a damn. You know, they'll have their Corona and shit, you know what I'm saying? And goddamn it, have their tacos and don't give a damn. You know what I'm saying? You could say, what the hell you won't have their tortillas and shit, you know what I'm saying? They're going to support their own. And I love that about them. You know, I'm embarrassed, you know what I'm saying, that black people don't want to support that support. You know what I'm saying? I just don't get it. You know, I don't understand it, you know. It's like if you like, you know, I like Shakur and I like Devin. I mean, I like all of them. Hell, I like the Mexican fighters too. I like the Puerto Ricans. You know, I can't think of a white fighter I like. You know what I'm saying? Let's see, I'm trying to think. You know, maybe Dalton Smith. Dalton Smith is coming in. He looks good. I think he's down at 140. Dalton Smith. And then, you know, you got to go down to the TikTok weight. You know what I'm saying? Think about the white fighters. Joe Corey, he's Mexican. I'm trying to think of white fighters. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to think, you know. Yes, since Triple G left, it's been a problem. Oh, you got to go to heavyweight. You know, you got Usyk and you got, I don't like Tyson Fury. But Usyk is okay. He's highly skilled. I think Usyk is highly skilled. You know, and stuff. So yeah, that's what's going on, man. You know, Zuffa Boxing. You know what I'm saying? That is definitely what's going. Oh, what do y'all think? I was checking this shit out. EJ was recorded. He was quoted saying that Jamel Charlo is jealous of him, you know. And I was like, I could see that. You know, at first, because, you know, I never think of that kind of stuff. You know, I never think of it in that light. You know, where EJ, he did an interview and he was like, you know, Jamel Charlo been calling out EJ, for a lot of people who don't know, that, you know, he want to fight EJ. And, you know, I have no problem with him wanting to fight EJ. But I think he was saying some other slick shit, you know, saying about EJ or whatever. I was like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Y'all were stablemates. You know what I'm saying? You mean, I'm pretty sure EJ, he always said that he would fight Jamel Charlo. You know, there's like an old clip where Jamel said, you know, no southpaw could beat him. And I think him and EJ was like, who? You know, he said he could beat any southpaw. And EJ was like, who? Who? And, you know, I was like, okay. I said, okay, I can see it. So this is what I'm coming to. 'Cause I think they sparred a lot, and they said that Jamil would wear like a rib protector because EJ is kind of hell on the ribs, right? Because he's a body snatcher, right? And I think that Jamil got the worst of it. And I'm just, yes, I am an Earl Slim Stream fan, but I think that EJ used to put them hands and feet on Jamil and sparring, and I think even EJ said it one time, so he's probably feeling a little, he's probably feeling a little froggy from all that shit, when EJ was shining before the car crash and all that, and I think Jamil took a beating in those sparring matches, because EJ used to spar pretty hard, which is why he kind of hurt himself, a lot in sparring because they try to spar like they in a real fight, and so I think Jamil know what the deal is, if they was to get into a real fight. Not that sparring is fighting, but I think the way EJ spars, with Derrick James, they spar hard, and that's why he didn't make it to the Pacquiao fight. That's why I think he got fucked up with the Bud fight. I think he got hurt in sparring. I don't know why they continue to do that. This shit is so dumb, but that's the way they do it in Texas, He says, the good son types. He says it was like Bud took the. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't even go up. I had to go up. He says Skull was also. He says Skull also was a struggle as well. He says yeah. Okay. So yeah, they orchestrated that whole Bud from the and pulled out the initial agreement for David. Yeah, for David Evans. Oh, you're going back to that. Yeah. He just heard Jamil was injured in that fight. I read that. It was the last 3 rounds. Okay. So I thought I had some new stuff on them. But yeah. Don't get me wrong, man. Errol Spence Jr. versus Jamel Charlo, that's going to be the bomb-ass fight. That's going to be, that's going to blow Texas up. That's going to be, especially if they do it in Dallas at the AT&T Stadium. Or they could do it at Houston, but I'm pretty sure with it being EJ, it would be done in Dallas, right? Because DJ is a god in Dallas, let me tell you that right now. He's a god. Even with the loss to Crawford, EJ hasn't lost any star appeal. He just don't like to be interviewed. He don't like the spotlight like that, which is okay. But say it'll be Dallas versus Houston, and that's going to sell big in Texas. Man, can you imagine they're going to sell out? They're going to sell out the AT&T Stadium if that fight happens. And I think we're probably going to get that fight. Now I don't know if there's something just orchestrated between him and Jamel because they need to generate some checks. Think about it. If you're going to make money, why not make money with a friend? Why not make money with your friend? Because everybody else is making money. Why not get with your friend and make money? If I had a friend in boxing like that, man, if I was Shakur, I would go to Keyshawn, say, man, we need to make a check, bro. I'm not saying throw the fight or nothing like that. I'm saying, yeah, try your best. But, people want to see, people with equal skill go at it. Now, I don't think Keyshawn Davis can fuck with Shakur. Don't get me wrong. I don't think he's experienced enough. He's just coming out of AIT. He's just coming out of training. So, he beat Jermaine Ortiz, yeah. But, Shakur just beat Teofimo. So that's a bigger win, and I don't think Keyshawn got he just don't have the seasoning, to beat Shakur. So, but if they're going to do this buddy thing, why not make the big money? Why not go to the promoter and say, hey, man, I'll fight him. And I think EJ and Jamel, it took years down the road for it, to get made. I think it's a perfect fight for EJ. I think that would have been a good fight back, tell you the truth, rather than this damn Tim Tszyu. Nobody give a damn about Tim Tszyu. You know what I'm saying? This nigga over here eating kangaroo sandwiches. You know what I'm saying? It's like let that dude do that. Fight in your backyard. You know, make you some money, and then if you get beat by Jamel, it's not that bad. He was unified. He was undisputed champion at 154. It's not that bad. You know, you lose to Tim Zoo, it's going to be a problem. You lose to Tim Zoo, it's going to be a problem. You know, because Tim Zoo isn't looked at as, you know, an elite top fighter anymore. Not after what Fundora did to him. Not after what Fundora did to him. Fundora, I mean, that was a bloody mess. You know, I mean, he totally just sat Tim Zoo down, bro. That was a serious beatdown. You know, but so if EJ loses to Tim Zoo, that's going to take his stock down a lot. That's going to take his stock down a lot. You know, I would sure hate that for EJ. I sure would hate that for him. You know, because you know, his the status of where he was, you know, 3-belt champion. You know, saying 3-belt unified. You know, and then you know, I mean, he was shining bright, bro. He was shining bright. But you know, you can't stay on top all the time. You know, somebody got your number. You know, and like I said, we haven't heard the end. We haven't heard the end of what's going to happen with that Terrence Crawford shit. We haven't heard because right now, let me tell y'all something. Right now, Crawford is gaining weight, and he is ripped. He is ripped up. They say he might be trying to go fight David. Who knows? I doubt if he fight David Benavidez, but I don't know why he gaining all that weight. To tell you the truth, but he all cut up. You know what I'm saying? He all cut up. So something's going on. You know, people watching Crawford. Nobody, you know, he's getting huge. He's getting huge, bro. And he, you've seen what boxers look like when they gain weight. They don't be all cut up like that. You know, you saw Canelo all cut up and shit. You know, moving up to super middleweight. Come on, man. These guys are cut up. You know what I'm saying? Like a bag of dope. You know, come on now. So we know something's going on. You know, because the body naturally ain't cut up like that. You know what I'm saying? Once you gain weight and stuff like that, it's not natural. You know, it's not natural. It takes years for you to get those kind of cuts. You know, I understand. He's a gym rat. I understand. You know, that's what people say. He stays in the gym. But, bro, you don't gain weight like that and get all cut up like that. It takes years for that shit to work. You know what I'm saying? It takes years for that shit to work. You know what I'm saying? So I'm really interested to see if anything comes out, you know, about anything like steroids. You know what I'm saying? Something's happening. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause that dude has just got too much muscle on him right now. Let's see. What you say? So we covered EJ. Let's see. Let me see. We covered David. Let me see what else we got going on. This is Conte left Bud some. Talking about some damn Conte left Bud some snack. Hey, I don't know. Hey, something going on, man. Because you know, Bud, he's. I don't know if he's gonna try to go for heavyweight. Maybe he might try to take out a heavyweight or box a heavyweight. He got something he's planning. He got something going on. You know, he got something going on. You know, he's always up to something. He's a wascally rabbit. You know, but I would love to. Well, Bud got this thing against Jerron Bucenis. You know, he's got this rivalry. You know, and I don't understand it because, you know, Bud is, you know, he's a legend. in his own right. And Boots is just really just, even though he's fought for years, he's just starting out. He's just starting out. He hasn't really proven, to be where Crawford at. But, just because because he's athletic, because he's got power, people are going to compare him to Crawford, right? Say he hasn't done what Crawford done or anything like that. But anytime they make the comparison, Crawford is so, he's so vicious, when it comes to Ron Boots Ennis. I said, bro, you headed to the Hall of Fame. Why are you even worried about Ron Boots? If you're not going to fight him, it's like, but why you got this kind of heat for Ron Boots Ennis? The dude still got to do what he got to do, right? He still got to go out here and face Xander, right? And Xander seemed like he got, I don't know, man. This dude, I don't know if he eating rocket fuel eggs or something. I don't know. He just got a lot of confidence, bro, that he's gonna beat Boots. And I'm curious to see, why he got this kind of confidence. I'm just like, bro, do you know who Boots is? Have you watched Boots? He's not impressed. He's not impressed. I'm just like, wow, Xander go. You know what I'm saying? Maybe there's more to Xander than meets the eye. I don't know. Because the boy is just he's confident, man. He's training his ass off, I'll tell you that. He says, just because we know deep down he ducked him. I don't know. I wouldn't say, I don't like Crawford, I'll tell you that right now. I don't like Crawford. But to say that he ducked Boots is a stretch. Because really Crawford didn't have to fight Boots. He had to fight EJ. Boots is in another class. I would have liked to see the fight. Would I like to see the fight? Yeah, definitely would have loved to see the fight. But I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting. Say if he could keep up with Boots. Boots is a young, hungry motherfucker, and I don't know. I would love to see that fight. But to say Crawford ducked him, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think Crawford would have ducked him. I just think he wanted to fight Canelo. I think he just like the fighters of today. They have their own schedule. They have their own agenda. And if you ain't included in that, these fighters are not going to fight. No matter how much it makes sense. And then you got to think, do Boots generate pay-per-views? Does he generate money? Now, I know that, we want to see him. I know, I think he is exciting to watch, but could him and Crawford generate any money? Sometimes these fighters are worried about putting asses in seats and what that's going to look like, because you're going to be stuck. You're going to be stuck with your last, whatever revenues that your last fight made. That's what you're going to be stuck up under. So that's a problem too, because fighters are worried about the numbers, right? So if your fight don't do well with numbers, then that's going to be held against you. Saying when you get your next fight that you want to do. So Crawford and Boots, even though I think that's a super fight, I don't know what kind of numbers that kind of fight do. And then what will that mean for, Boots or, what Bud's already done. But what would that mean for Boots, when he moves on? Even though that's an excellent name to have on your resume, I don't think Bud would fight Boots now. I don't think he would give him an opportunity to take his name down. I don't think he would give Boots an opportunity because Boots really has nothing to offer him, except an ass whipping. That's all he got to offer him, He said, they must have gone cheat because it's a bad style matchup. They must have gone cheat because it's a bad style matchup. What's going on, Jainer? He says next they will be saying Conte left Mac in his will. Oh man, y'all killing me, man. With oh man, I don't know. I kind of thought I ain't for the lie to you. When he knocked Brian Norman Norman Jr. down and he knocked down Regis Prograde, I was like, But he didn't knock him out. He just knocked him down, right? And then there's a pretty good thesis on this, theory on this, right? Because, the more Devin gained weight, saying the more he has, more natural power. He's not draining himself as much, right? So, he's going to have some natural power come through. And that looked like, with Devin always working on his craft, and always working on his punching power, something's got to give, right? So, I think it's more that he's fighting at a healthier weight, that's why he's looking a little bit stronger. He says, I don't think he has to fight him, but I think Bud, this 2 cents, he says, but Bud wants to is not willing to take the risk. Yeah, I see that. He definitely don't want to take that risk because it's just like, why invite your own? It's kind of like Canelo and David Benavidez, right? It's not as sure as that, but it's like, how good Boots is. So you know what you're gonna have to do to keep up with that guy. So why would you give somebody who's you're gonna have to be at your best to beat? Why even invite them to your life when you don't have to, right? And that's kind of like how Canelo look at David Benavidez. It's like, why would I sign up for my own ass whipping? You know what I'm saying? Shit don't make sense. When I don't have to. I got so many excuses that's acceptable. And then he don't offer me anything that I want. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty much kind of like that. He says, Zab Judah, who is the president? Oh, he's the president. I forgot all about that shit, bro. And in Blue Blood, like some kind of big shot over at, is that still around? Black Prime, is that still around? I think, when he lost his mind, he says, Zab Judah is president of Black Prime, now said Boots or Bud did not duck each other. Says Boots. Okay. All right. Well, that's cool. I don't think Bud had to fight him. I just think Bud's got too much seniority in the business, right? He fought who he had to fight, and that was EJ, and he beat EJ. So, but the jury, there's a lot still going on about that fight that wasn't right. So, and I'm not just saying that as a fan. You could see that people think that EJ was just that bad. They really think that EJ was just that bad, and they think Crawford was really that much faster. It's like, if you think that, you crazy. He says, Bud is the big name. Bud is the big name. He should be able to bring the people. Shit. Stop. Don't even play with me. Like you about to get me to expose my bias here. Bud never sold out a goddamn barbecue deal. Ain't that what EJ be saying? He hasn't sold out nothing that he ever fought in, except for the Canelo fight, right, and the EJ fight, right? But that's because of EJ, and this is what I believe. That's because of who he fought. He fought Canelo. Anything he did without those guys, it was a failure, right? Right. All the other pay-per-views. What was it? Amir Khan. It was like 180, something like that. 180K. Let me see. I forgot. I used to know these numbers like the back of my hand. All the other pay-per-views, they were duds. And I don't hold that against Crawford. It's just that he never did the PR and stuff. He never did the interviews, and he never really put into the build-up. So that's why his pay-per-views suck. He was never a media-friendly guy back then. He never really put the time in, right? So really, that's what it was. He said Devin was just recently about a few weeks ago was working with. Yeah, I saw that. James Toney, Poole County. He said, how do you think Tony will help Dev? Well, Dev is one of them fighters. He's one of them fighters. He got natural talent, and he learned a lot from the Mayweathers. But he never had a really fundamental style. And, you know, it was good for the lighter weights, the jabbing and stuff, but now he's moving up the weight. He's going to have to sit down on his punches, and he's going to have to work. His defense is going to have to improve because he's going to have them hitters, those guys that can really knock you out in one shot. So he's really going to have a really super defense. And I think James Toney is more about his defense than it is, you know what I'm saying? Because, you know, Toney, you know, he had good combinations and everything like that, and Toney had good power. But really, Toney defense, you know what I'm saying, is what Devin really needs. He can't do the Philly Shield like Mayweather. Every time he tried Mayweather's Philly Shield, he got Flo Malone. And so I think the way Toney does his Philly Shield, I think it's a lot simpler. It's a lot more natural. And I think he could teach Dev how to catch with timing instead of power, right? And I think Toney, that's why he got Toney, because Toney is the best with timing and slipping, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's what he's trying to learn from James Toney, you know, how to catch him up with timing. And you know, Toney's the best. You know, but I don't know if how good because you know you can't understand shit James Toney's saying. You know, and I know that comes from the CTE, but you know he always was a little. Even when he was fighting, you know, motherfucker couldn't understand shit he was saying. You know what I'm saying? But James Toney's a good coach. You know, if he could teach Dev, you know, some different variations of how to set up and how to slip. You know, Devin's going to be he's going to be dangerous, man, at 154. But he's going to need those kind of skill sets. He's going to have to pick up those skill sets. You know, all that leaning to the side stuff he does, and him and, you know, Ryan Garcia, that leaning to the side stuff. That defense, you know, people are going to pick up on that. He's going to get knocked the hell out. You know what I'm saying? So I think this is good. This is a good deal. I don't know how much he's going to be able to pick up or implement, but the way he does it under Mayweather, you know, I think Toney Philly Shield is a lot better, you know what I'm saying, because it's more natural, you know, it's easier, you know, and it just takes, you know, boxing IQ, and with Mayweather's Philly Shield, it's kind of honed. He's kind of honed his geared towards the way he moves, you know, and Mayweather is a genius when it comes to his Philly Shield, because I haven't seen anybody do the shit right, you know, the way the Mayweather is just tailor-made for him. You know, kind of like Roy Jones Jr., you know, his athletic ability allows him to get away with his shit, you know what I'm saying? Well, Floyd, you know, it's tailored toward the way he moves in the ring and how he sees punches coming. So, you know, so Devin's going to have to develop that. I think with Toney is more, you know, it works with an athletic fighter. You know what I'm saying? The way he ducks and the way he moves, you can kind of learn that, you know. He says, Terrence, I mean, I don't even know how to read that. He says, Derek, let's see, Ron Ennis. It says Terrence and Errol were rewarded with fighting each other. It says they went ahead to fight Boots. Well, hi, what do you say? Hey, could you write it out, bro? He's a fool. He said, I don't know how to read all that shit. I'm old. He says rewarded with fighting Paris as Ennis. Actually, I don't know. Why are you putting all that stuff in your Gabe? Says that's what I'm saying. He says that's what I'm saying. To fight Crawford, you got to bring the crowd so he can get paid like he the A side. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's true. You know, because he's not gonna pull shit on his own. He said, "What's good? What's going on, Will? What's going on, Will?" He says, 2 cents. Was always speaking. Yeah. He says Dev has worked with every trainer in the box, and he is food at 54. We're gonna see. You know, Dev surprised us at 147 because I thought he was gonna have trouble at 147. So, you know, I didn't want to see him and Boots fight because I wanted to see Boots go to 154. I just thought that Boots wasn't gonna get no credit for beating Brian Norman Jr. or Devin Haney because he's seeing his, that next up, kind of like, that next superstar up. So I ain't want to see him fight them dudes. I want to see him go to 154 and see what he could do up there. Type in English, please. Say we're born in the 1900s. She says Dev's not getting better in my opinion. He says parents enhance snacks. He said Dr. Jerron Bucinis says Ennis when he moved up to 154 says Jerron was Terrence. Yeah, we know he was his mandatory, but I never, when you get to the level of undisputed, what I'm saying, these guys never defend that shit. A lot of these under this new age, these guys don't be defending belts and shit like that. So they just move on. They don't even fight you again. They just kind of move on, right? He said he didn't surprise me at all. Said I told people they Norman was not that good. Yeah, but the hype that was behind Norman, it sold a lot of people. People thought Devin was going to go out there and get knocked out. But if Devin's not that good, then he should have got fucked up by Brian Norman Jr., don't you think? If he's not that good, right? He says, 2 cents, you could teach, you can't teach punch reaction time, and Devin reaction time is horrible. I know we'll never, you always kept that position. I went on your channel and stuff and listened to y'all dog out Devin, man. He said, Devin is not talented or athletic, so he's a basic ass fighter for real. I don't think so, man. I think Devin, he's athletic. You know what I'm saying? He's fast. He's got fast feet. He just don't have like a signature style. It's almost he's a boxer. He's a pure boxer. He always come in with his game plan and he sticks to that game plan, whether it's ugly. He's not good at adapting on the fly. He's not good at adapting on the fly, but he got a good engine. You know what I'm saying? And he has a strong willpower. And he has a long reach. You know what I'm saying? And he got fast hands. He says Norman was a prospect with a belt. Exactly. A lot of these guys, 2 cents, are prospects with a belt. That's why the belts are changing hands so quickly. A lot of these guys. He says that he's not fast at pull. He said, look how easy it was to close the distance. I mean, I thought Norman was slow as hell. He was the one grabbing and shit. He got Falumaloon. Norman made that thing, real. I mean, look at the pro grade fight. Devin got fast hands. I don't know. He got some fast hands, bro. He got quick feet. So you see how he dropped pro grade and what was that guy named Jorge Linares, and he was fucking Jorge Linares up. Let me see. I'm just trying to go back through his fights and trying to pick out, some of his best moments and stuff. I think he's good. I mean, he ran Tank out the ring, right? During sparring, didn't he run Tank out the ring? And my problem with Tank is, he just need to. He kind of like Mike Tyson. Long as he running shit, you know what I'm saying? I don't think you have a problem out of Tank. But when he start losing, that's when he start losing confidence. Because he should have knocked Lamont Roach out. He should have knocked him out. But I don't think his mind was right. He's got these weird confidence problems. Like he's got to be in the right mood to beat you and all this kind of shit like Tyson. But I want to see Tank come back and fight what is his name, Pitbull, right? I think he's fighting Pitbull coming back. That's gonna be a good fight too. I can't really say that's a bad fight because I like the first fight, the way that fight looked. But when it comes to certain fighters, I think mentally Tank just mentally, he just, he psych himself out, when it comes to certain fights, and then he got his personal life is just so, chaotic that, it just keeps him all over the place. But you have a confidence Tank could beat anybody. A confident Tank, as long as he keeps but his confidence wavers, confidence wavers. But I say, just like Tyson, if Tyson, had confidence against Lennox Lewis, what I'm saying? I think he would have done better. I don't know if he would have beat Lewis, but I think he would have done a lot better. But I think he defeats himself mentally before he gets into the fight, just because you don't have the advantages, right? He says, everybody has to give Terrence his shot at a belt or undisputed, but Terrence never wants to give anybody who could challenge his reflexes, so-called greatness. That's how they do. That's how they do. EJ gave him a shot, but I think EJ should have put that shit off and tested. You know what I'm saying? He says, man said he was hitting Roach with some shots. Roach 10 is crazy. I think he'll beat the shit out of Roach. But Tank need to stay out. If he got trouble going on, it's like cancel the fight. If you're getting locked up, it's the same with Tyson. He was getting locked up and he was getting into fights outside of out of the ring. You know what I'm saying? Don't fight because you're not concentrating. I don't want to see a fighter lose because they got stuff going on. Because people don't give you the grace of an excuse, right? And I think Tank just got too much. Whoever he got around him, he need to get them from around him. That way he could just concentrate on boxing. And to me, a loss ain't nothing. If he was to lose, he'd still be the same fighter to me. You know what I'm saying? So a loss ain't really a big deal. It's just that, why did you lose? Not trying to give Tank excuses, but I think he's a better fighter than what we saw. I just, because we've been watching him for so long. We know he fights better than that. Then Roach is a bad motherfucker too now, don't get me wrong. Roach was doing some catch and shoots. That catch and shoot shit was fucking Tank up. Tank was getting fucked up by that catch and shoot shit. He was just outboxing Tank. And I don't think but Tank is a good adjuster. He made good adjustments and traps, and his mind just wasn't with it. If that same Tank that fought Ryan Garcia would have fought Roach, I think that Tank, that version of Tank, would have destroyed Lamar Roach. But we can't get inside their life and change their damn life. He always gonna have that chaotic shit around him. Maybe that's how he functions. Maybe that's just how he get through the day. And said, man said he was hitting Roach with some shit shots. Yeah. He says Tank can't box. He said he's a counterpuncher. He said he needs somebody to come forward. Yeah, I think Tank can box. I just think he don't want to lead. Crawford don't like for you to lead. There's a lot of fighters that don't like for you to lead. You know what I'm saying? It's like they just want to counterpunch. And if you're stupid enough to keep showing your punch angles and all that stuff, because you got to be talented to be an offensive weapon. You got to be talented because, a good counterpuncher can get your ass up out of there, especially if you got some power, So a lot of fights just want you to do the dummy work. If you're not, like Teofimo Lopez is not a good offensive fighter. He's just a counterpuncher. Can he box though? Yeah, he can box. Once you get to this level, you can box. You turn pro, you can box. You just can't box on the level of those who work on their shit. Tank can definitely box. It's just he can't. It's just like when you get up into the other guys that like the Shakur Stevensons. You can't box with them guys. You got to fight them guys because his defense is elite. His counterpunching is elite. So you got to make it messy. You got to go in there. You can't box with them dudes. You probably can't box with Devin Haney. Arms long, range is too crazy. So you have to fight them guys. You got to fight a boxer, how the shit go. Fight a boxer. Man, I'm getting old. Fight a boxer and punch. Oh, fuck, I can't even say it shit. My mind ain't working today. But you know what I'm saying. You get the gist of what I'm saying. He said Crawford and Tank are similar, but the difference is Crawford has a jab and Tank doesn't. You know, you know. I think Tank can have whatever he wants. You know, it's just that he done got used to be, kind of like being a knockout artist. And once you start depending on that, like it's kind of like Oscar De La Hoya. Oscar De La Hoya got a jab. He just stopped using the shit. It's just fighters, they get into these ruts to where they don't use everything together. They don't use. They got it. They got jabs. They got everything, bro. They wouldn't be pros if they didn't. It's just that they get caught up in using only certain things in their toolbox, and they forget they got a hammer. They forget, they got a screwdriver. They forget they use those other things to set up. Tank be trying to set traps to get you up out of there instead of just, boxing and setting it up. That like he did Rolly. He just set Rolly up, for the trap and knocked his ass out. And he get used to setting traps, instead of just, working it like a chess game like Shakur does. Shakur plays the long game, he boxes by attrition, and make you mentally weary, by scraping you with 1,000 shots. You know what I'm saying? Like some like that. Teo's mentally weak. That's why Shakur was able to go in there and tattoo him the way he did. He says even in the Roach fight, says when Tank actually started boxing, it was easy for him. He says when he decided to when he decided let me get him out of here, all that boxing went out the window. Yeah. So a lot of fight Crawford's like that. Crawford, all the skill he got, you hit Crawford in the mouth, all that skill go out the window. Now he's fighting. You saw the what's the white dude name he fought? What's that dude name? Masker. What's his name? What's his name? The dude Crawford fight at 154. That dude was tagging Crawford, man. He was tagging Crawford. So people was like, why Crawford getting hit so much? Crawford he didn't give a damn. He was like, shit, fuck all that. He saw he could take his power. He wanted to bang that dude up out of there. So that, they'll throw caution to the wind. You got fighters like that. They throw caution to the wind. And Tank, he definitely got a temper. He want to get his lick back. He don't like being embarrassed. He's got this weird ass phobia, of who he don't want to fight. So he don't want to lose. He don't want to lose to Secure. He don't want to lose to Devin. So I think that's why he stay away from them fights. Just so they don't even have the opportunity. So it don't be in his mind that they can beat him. But I think he got all the skills in the world to beat them guys. You know what I'm saying? It's like a mental game, man, with Tank. It's a mental game. He's just mentally weak, basically. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, King? What's happening? What's going on? Let me see. I'm trying to put the link out there, bro. Hold on. Y'all,
Yo, Paul, you hear me?
can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm in a bad spot, but it's okay. I'm at the tank watch.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't know if it had dropped on your live. When I was still on your live, they couldn't hear you. I don't know if they
Oh,
can
okay,
hear you now.
because I had been talking the whole time, but I ain't know the damn thing wasn't up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because, I'm on my phone. This is the first time I did it from my phone.
Oh, okay.
This is the first time I did it on my phone. Because, sometimes my computer, my battery be going down real fast, and then I got a steady cord. So he says, but we were talking about Roach and Tank. And I think Tank, when Tank is on his game, I think he would have beat Roach. I think he would have beat Roach.
Yeah, well, Paul, I'm gonna say this real quick. I'm about to talk business, but I'm just gonna put you on hold for like a few seconds. But I'm gonna say this before I start talking. But look, I never give nobody that kind of pass, because if you give it to one, you got to give it to all. I never say nobody lost or they didn't look good because they wasn't mentally there or they wasn't on their game. Because if that's the case, everybody lost because they wasn't at their best. That's something that you can't calibrate that, what somebody did and how they was feeling. So I don't do that, bro. Unless it's physical. Like, you look at somebody like an EJ who may have had a rib injury, if somebody going to a fight physically compromised, I'll give you that. But this mental stuff, I don't give nobody a pass because mentally they wasn't all the way there. If that's the case, anybody can say that.
Right. But it ain't that. It's just going by, what Tank done in the past. You know what I'm saying? Just how he fights and all that. Like, you tell when somebody ain't they selves. And that's what I'm saying, just recognizing that. And it ain't just a pass, It's just recognizing the pattern of how a guy fights and stuff. Who takes a knee in a damn fight? You know what I'm saying? Come on. You know what I'm saying? That ain't like Tank, to take a knee in the damn fight. It ain't like Roach beat him into submission and some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Just watch the fight. You know what I'm saying? Just, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, I thought he lost it, though. I did think he lost the fight, 100%. But I do think that's not. But I'm not saying like I know Tank, you know what I'm saying? But just looking at the pattern of how he fights, that's what I'm saying. Just using common sense, just using some common sense. I think he fights better than that. And then, everybody has an off night too, Like I said, a loss don't mean much to me. So you have a bad night and you can lose. You can get knocked out. Anybody can knock anybody out. Shit. If Roach would have called him and got knocked out, he would have still been the same kind of fighter to me. It's just that, you got caught in the fight. It's just what it is. It's just what it is. He says, Rich says Crawford and Tank are similar, but different. He says Crawford has a jab and Tank's. Oh, I read that. Let me see. He says, he's talking to you. He says, in my opinion, Tank was trying to read that. He says, Will, what that Cajun brother? Roger says, Will, I am my Roger Cajun brother. What's going on, Jay Boxing? What's happening, bro? He says, I'm wondering what happened. Now, I don't know, but I'm interested to see what he looked like when he come back after all this pandemonium, he done put out here. I'm interested to see what he looked like. You know what I'm saying? See if he,
I'm back.
Oh yeah. So I'm like interested to see what he looked like against Pitbull. Pitbull stays consistent. He's definitely a journeyman. He's a tough journeyman. I like that. We need more Pitbulls in boxing to test motherfuckers, test their hearts. We need more Lamont Roaches. You know what I'm saying? We need more of those guys that pull up, the level of boxing, right? You know what I'm saying? To make, to kind of weed out the dudes that's not really dedicated. And if we can get the Lamont Roaches and we can get the Pit Bulls, those stable gatekeepers, we need more of those, I thought Oscar Duarte was going to be one of them. But that dude, he's just too bad. His defense too bad, bro. He's a strong guy, but he's just too stiff. You know what I'm saying? He don't have the boxing IQ. You know what I'm saying? But we need more tough journeymen, to test these guys. He says, Rich, he says, you in here still? He says, with Tank hate, and says, you got confidence in hating ass.
Yeah, they can get mad all they want. See, the truth gonna be spoken anytime I'm online. And back to what I was saying about back to what I was saying about the mental excuses that you trying to give them, Pool, because Tank fans will love that any excuse they can get. Nobody gave Eric Spence no excuse after he went through a windshield. When they thought he was washed up, when they thought he looked bad, against Crawford, nobody said it was because he was dealing with something mental, even though he almost died. Nobody gave it to Devin after he got cheated by a drug cheat. They said he looked trash against Maria, and they laughed at him for having PTSD. So I'd be damned if I give Tank any type of mental excuse, period.
Well, I don't think it's an excuse. You know what I'm saying? I think that no fighter is going to be 100% all the time. Not, some of these fighters come out there with, Mayweather used to have broken his hands brittle. You know what I'm saying? But he was just smart enough to know the box. He was smart enough to know the move.
I told you, I give a physical. If I know before a fight, you go into a fight and I know you was hurt before the fight, I'm going to acknowledge the fact that you was hurt. I don't give them excuses of, I got hurt in the middle of fighting. That's why I stopped punching, like Shakur Stevens said. I wasn't running from De Los Santos. My hands started hurting. You was running from the first round. Did you hurt your hand on the very first punch? No, you didn't, because you had been running from the very first round. That was a lie. I don't give them the excuses for that. Mentally he was off. Well, everybody was off then. Everybody. When Manny Pacquiao lost to Floyd Mayweather, because he wasn't mentally there, if that was the case. It wasn't because Floyd Mayweather was better than him.
Well, that was Mayweather just kind of outboxed him, outsmarted him. Mayweather's a different beast. You can't use Mayweather because Mayweather's in his own. That dude's a genius, man, when it comes to boxing. It's just, Pacquiao's an athletic fighter. You know what I'm saying? So, you can't, you know what I'm saying? But I do think fighters have off nights, and, that's why I think they should rematch. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think it's important to get these rematches, because I think Juan Marquez and Pacquiao fought 4 times? I think they fought 4 times, right? So, run it back. You know what I'm saying? Run back the controversial. That's why I thought it was so important for Roach to run this shit back, bro. I thought it was important to run this shit back, with a Tank. He shouldn't have fought. He shouldn't have went back with a Pitbull Cruz. He should have came back to Roach. And I think that would have been better. Oh, hold on, Will. I'm trying to get you in. My damn finger's so big and shit. There you go. What up, Will?
What's happening?
What's happening? What you
Thomas
think?
Hill was trying. Thomas Hill was trying to say my raging Cajun brother.
Oh, okay. I said brother. I like
Brother. My brother.
my
Look,
brother.
the way I see it, and this ain't no fucking excuse. This is just the way I see it. And before you start, Rich, I ain't no goddamn fucking tankomaniac. I'm a goddamn boxing fan. And I'm a fan of Tank, but I'm not a fucking tankomaniac. So get that crap out of your head and don't put it in your mouth. The way I see it is, if you watch the way Tank and Lamont talk to each other during the presser, Tank didn't want to say a bunch of shit in front of his family. He really did. He was trying to be respectful to the kid. And I think Tank thought they were closer than they actually were, till after the fight. And then Lamont said a few things that pissed Tank off. I think Tank went in there. I don't think he was trying to knock him out. I think he wanted to outbox him and just win it on that, because he thought they were closer than they actually were. But since fucking Lamont opened his big mouth and disrespected Tank, if that rematch happens, he will knock his ass out. Watch what I'm telling you.
That's a whole lot of ills, and that's a whole lot of mind reading. That's a whole lot of magical Jedi powers for you to know all of that. What he was thinking. Because this is not the first time I heard this. Nigga told me, yeah, Tank didn't knock him out because Tank ate his mama food. Tank done slept in his bed, his mama fed him.
Yeah, well, that's just as bad as y'all trying to blame Osterine on fucking on Devin.
Crazy.
No, bro. Devin lost because he couldn't fucking block a fucking hook.
Ostarine is a performance-enhancing drug. You sit there telling
he didn't have enough in his system to even take a fucking. No, bro, you ain't gonna play that shit. I've read up on that fucking crap. You're full of shit. You're full of shit.
A moment while they was young and training. You telling me some sentimental shit that you made up out your own mind. You ain't met
I read up on that shit. He didn't have enough in his goddamn system to make a flea have a fucking advantage.
Tank Davis spared Lamont Roach because he knew his mama and he wanted to
spare
his family.
No, that was some shit you make no sense. The only maniac in here is you.
You came up here and made some shit up right quick and then tried to preface it by saying you was being logical and then went off on a timer on the most illogical shit you could have said.
No, I said logical shit.
That wasn't no logical shit. That was some shit you
just
made
like
up.
you talking about that fucking. Y'all talking about he lost because of Oscar. Devin lost because he couldn't block a left fucking hook.
You just went on a tangent of what you fucking
Oscar had not a goddamn thing to do with why Devin lost.
Then if Tank come back, Tank gonna knock him out, but Tank don't want the rematch yet. All of a sudden, if he do this and if he do that.
Oh, bet your ass he'll want the rematch.
Y'all got every excuse in the world.
Bet your ass he's gonna take that rematch.
First your ass is gonna take the rematch. Now he spared him because now he's gonna have to shut you dumbasses up. So counter, we done found out that Tank Davis was off mentally and he in love with Lamar Roach's mama. He loved his mama so much he didn't want to knock her baby out. Y'all full of shit. Tank Davis doing exactly what I
said he was in love with his mama.
He faced some adversity.
Now you making shit up.
He tucked his tail and ran. He just said he loved his family.
Just like y'all made up that fucking bullshit about Osterine.
You said that. You said that he loved his family. You just said that.
I said he was trying to be respectful to his family. I didn't say nothing about no fucking love, Rich. Quit fucking making shit up.
You just said a bunch of bullshit. That's what you just said.
No, that's what y'all do. All bullshit.
You come up here, they try to preface it like
I ain't never seen motherfucking Halo do so much of my fucking life.
I'm the raging Cajun, and Tank loves his family, and that's why he didn't knock him out. You sound fucking stupid.
I didn't say nothing about no fucking love. I said he was trying to be respectful to the man's family.
Shut your redneck country ass up.
Hey, y'all, come on now. It ain't that serious. God damn. It's like,
bro, they talk all that dumb shit, bro. It's just like the damn Osterine. It was already proven Ryan didn't have enough in his system to give a flea a fucking advantage. But they'll still blame that fucking shit on Osterine.
No, I mean, I don't even want to break off on that right there because, you shouldn't have.
You don't want to tell him that he sounds. Yeah,
no, I agree. He took the fucking loss because it was in his system. But if you're gonna say that man got knocked out repeatedly because of Osterine, that's a whole pile of shit.
that it ain't just the Ostarine though, dog. You know what I'm saying? I mean, the man came in over. I mean, come on now. You know that was all.
That is, if there's any cheating in it, that is how he cheated. Devin was with the extra weight. But Devin's the one who let it happen by taking the extra money and let it happen.
But let me tell you, see, you know, it's weird how we make excuses. You know what I'm saying, for the cheaters, right? You know, people don't like Devin and stuff like that, so they're willing to allow the cheating to happen. You know, that's just what it is. They allow Canelo to cheat. They allow Tyson Fury to cheat.
I said Ryan deserved the loss. I did. It came out. Look, you are responsible for what is found in your body, no matter how hot, no matter how it got there, whether it was contamination or what.
Will, you can't do that, bro. You making excuses for this man. Yeah, he beat the shit out of Devin, but look what he did, though, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's got to be a fair. If Pacquiao would have came out of there and he would have tested positive after, you know, and he would have beat the shit out of Mayweather and stuff, people would have been happy as hell, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, but look how he did it, though, man. It's got to be an even playing field. That's all I'm saying. You know, don't go.
Like I said, bro, he deserved a loss because it was in his system. How it got there, whether it was tainted supplements, which it was, that's beyond the point. It was still in his system.
The problem I'm having is that people are making excuses for it because let's keep it 100. Let's keep it funky. You know what I'm saying? They are masking. If you got shit like that in your system, you're masking other shit too. You know, he was trying to get that shit about his system. He just got caught with that little bit in there. You know, if you microdose for months and months before the fight, you know what I'm saying? These guys know what they're doing. It's a lot more than Ryan that's doing steroids. It's a lot more people than.
Look, here's my thing, right? I'm not a Ryan fan because I can't stand the kid. I do not like his little racist ass. But here's the thing. He's never been busted in his freaking life for any goddamn shit. He's never had that crap in his fucking system. Then he passed 4 tests that came up negative before the fight. It was only up until the fight when them positive tests came out, right before it. And then you got to look at how it got there.
You're trying to you know, free him of the responsibilities, but through
no, I'm not trying to free him.
But
like I said,
what I'm saying, Ryan, did you see what Ryan looked like against Rowley?
Huh?
Did you see what Ryan looked like against Rowley?
Yeah. I watched the fight twice.
He didn't look the same. Yeah, I'm just saying. He didn't look the same, did he? You know what I'm saying? Like when he fought, he didn't look the same. Now,
he still looked overweight and fat, though. Like he did not train what the fuck.
Did you see what he looked like against Marius Barrios?
Yeah, that was the Ryan that showed up for Tank.
I'm just telling you, man. I'm just telling you, these dudes, man, you don't know what the hell these guys are doing. You know what I'm saying? It's like they got to be tested repeatedly. Until I see that happen with all of them, even Devin, you know what I'm saying? I want to see, you know, them tested, you know what I'm saying, to make sure that the snack shit ain't something, you know, that's going on.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Devin is the only fighter that's getting tested 365 days a year.
That's what I'm saying. And I want all of them to be tested like that because it's just their performances, you know, is up and down. It's up and down. It's up and down. You know, one day they looking like Roy Jones Jr. The next day they're looking like, you know, like you know, they don't forgot how to damn box. The speed ain't there. The pop ain't there. Teofimo Lopez, his shit is inconsistent. You know what I'm saying? So
look, I'm going to keep yelling and screaming until some chemist pulls that snack crap up and retests it. I need that shit tested.
Hey, I need Eddie Ray. If you need snack tested, then you need Eddie Ray so clean out of boxing. Because y'all give all his fighters excuses.
Hey, if his fighters are popping dirty, he needs to be out of boxing.
Cool. What fighter have you ever known been tested 365 days a year? There is not one fighter on anybody's roster, not even in that damn snack roster.
We're talking okay here. Go ahead, Tom.
No, I'm just saying there has never been no record of any fighter, much less Devin. There is no record of that nigga even on freaking Dovato site getting tested 365 days, much less 10 days. That was just a fallacy, and it was made for them to do whatever campaign they was doing to try to make sure that, you know, people be adhering to a standard. But that was it. They never have been tested no 365 days. In fact, in the fight with Norman tested more often than they did. That's on record as well,
Devin
too.
was already enrolled in testing before Brian Norman did. You was a liar.
How many tests? Okay, so
365 days don't mean it's every single day, dumbass. It means he is always open to be tested 365 days of a year.
How many tests did he have? Don't disrespect me, nigga. Yeah. I didn't come over here disrespecting you. Yeah, that's the second time you done engaged me on the damn show and then disrespecting me. Share that stuff out.
And what you gonna do about it?
Man, I can't. I don't know where you are. You're not in my face. I can't do anything about it. But I'm telling you, as a man, nigga, respect me as a man. So don't talk to me like that no more. Especially on somebody else's show.
We talking about boxing. We ain't talking
and that's what I was talking.
You coming up here lying. You come up here lying.
Nigga, I ain't come up here disrespecting you. I ain't lie on nobody.
I don't care about you. You watch how you just lied. You just said that he was tested more than Devin Haney. That's a lie.
He was tested more than Devin Haney.
No, he wasn't. That's a lie. Devin was already enrolled 365 days. He's been tested throughout the year. He never stopped testing.
No, he hasn't.
Well, as a matter of fact, didn't Devin pay for his testing? Didn't Devin
No, they offered to pay, and Brian Norman Jr. turned it down. He offered to pay, and they turned it down because they didn't want to start testing. Just like Ryan Garcia don't want to start testing.
Wait, I think he was on vacation or some shit like that, and they was trying to get him to go ahead and take the test. He said when he got off vacation, he was going to go ahead and take the test or whatever. So it was something like that. I remember the details of that. But, you know, either way, man, you know what I'm saying? You know, he lost the fight. You know what I'm saying? You know, Devin, you know, kind of got his, you know, mojo back. And now we got to set up, you know, because Devin, we ain't even discussed this. Devin signed with Zuffa Boxing, y'all.
It's official?
Yeah. He signed with Zuffa Boxing, 3-fight deal for $30 million. I was listening to Fanon the other day, and that dude went off like he'd never get paid, and Devin's broke, and I was like, what the hell is going on? What the hell's happening in this boxing world? Where, you know, you knew he was going to Zuffa because, you know, he couldn't get anything made with Rosie, and he couldn't get, you know, the other fights made. So I knew he was going to go to Zuffa, and I knew Zuffa was going to offer him a pretty good deal. I didn't expect for Teofimo Lopez to go over so fast. I thought, you know,
why would Zuffa? I got to ask, Paul. Why would Zuffa offer that much money knowing they're going to lose money on him? On all of them fights? That makes absolutely no sense. I got to see that in writing because I don't believe it. I'm sorry.
Well, what it is, I mean,
Tank fans don't believe nothing Tank ain't say.
No, I believe he was going to Zuffa because he ain't got no much choice in that matter.
Nobody wants
got no promoters messing with him, so he ain't gonna be able to make the fights
that
he probably gonna want to get paid.
They lost too much money on that dude.
If they're willing to sign him for $30 million, I mean that the proof is in the pudding, right? If somebody's willing to pay you,
because I don't believe it. I'll be I'm not knocking you, bro. I know you going off of what you hear, but I need to see it because I don't believe it.
But what if it's true then? Then what?
Huh?
This nigga just saw Ryan Garcia test positive and he told you that wasn't real. So seeing is not believing to him.
No,
what were you saying, Paul?
Why is it so hard to believe, you know what I'm saying, that these guys, I mean,
because
listen.
Paul, all right, here's my point. When have we known promoters to want to lose money constantly? When have we known these millionaires to want to just throw money away?
Never. But listen,
there you go. Why would you throw money away on this kid who doesn't sell?
Because they're not throwing away money. That's simple. That's simple logic. They're not throwing away money, right? So, damn, you make me forget my damn point, Will. God damn it. God damn you.
Will, let him get it up. Let him get it up, bro.
God damn, you done fucked me up just like that. You know,
Sorry about that, Paul.
Let me see.
They flooding over here to lie. They over here to flood over here and lie and shit because Tank ain't got no motion. Ain't nothing going on.
Over here
shut
to
up.
do nothing, my man. I
Flooding
came
and
over
lying
here to
and
tell
shit.
you how
I know
many
what I was gonna
times
say.
did you
I know what I was
read
gonna
of him
No,
being
Rich, that
tested
would be you lying
or heard
all
of
the
him
time.
being tested? And in that
Shit, I
fight
ain't never
with
lied.
them two,
I ain't
he
never
was
lied. That's
getting
one
as
thing.
much
That's
That's
the
all
testing
you
biggest
do
as
is
difference
lie.
between me and y'all is I
normal do.
don't lie.
You
That's
got
the problem.
emotional and started getting
Everybody
disrespectful.
stop
So
talking
now
That's
over
the
you
me.
the
problem. I
one
don't lie.
that
Come on,
started
You
bro,
just
saying
everybody
lied.
it.
hush
You
and
just
let
said
Paul
Devin
talk.
wasn't in Rumble in 365. That was a lie.
You, I said, how many times has he been tested?
Whatever your
Bro,
Why
point,
you
y'all
want
let
to address
Paul
the lie you
talk.
told?
Let Paul talk.
whatever your point, everybody, one mic because nobody can hear what you're saying any goddamn way. But I remember my point. My point was that if they're going to pay Connor Bean, now we're talking about Connor Bean, you know what I'm saying, 5-year contract, you know what I'm saying, for $15 million, it makes sense. You know what I'm saying, that they will pay out this money because they're trying to get recognized. You know what I'm saying? They're trying to bring eyes and butts over to Zuffa Boxing. So if they're offering Connor Bean $15 million, a 5-year contract, a 5-year what was it? How many fights? I forgot how many fights. You know what I'm saying, for $15 million, you know, of course they're gonna get there for $30 million for 3 fights. That's pretty good, right? So they're gonna offer Teofimo Lopez, they're gonna offer Shakur Stevenson, they already got Richardson and Edgar Berlanga. Come on, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how real. I mean, the money. You know what I'm saying? They got. You know, unless somebody come out and say, you know, Zuffa didn't, you know, put the money in the account. You know, we're gonna wait to hear that. But if they're signing people like this, it was a good move for Devin. We might be able to get these fights. You know what I'm saying? And they put them in an organized structure where they can't duck. I think it's a good thing. I don't know why so many people just think this Zuffa thing is just gonna blow up, man. It's like, you know, it's kind of like when the Zone came in, you know, a few years ago with Eddie Hearn. You know, everybody was looking at the Zone like that shit was, you know, like it was a disease or something. You know what I'm saying? So, you know what I'm saying? We got to kind of look at it from a different perspective. You know what I'm saying? And instead of speculating that Zuffa Boxing is going to be bad for boxing, let's just see what the hell they do. You know what I'm saying? Let's just see what they do. You know, and they bailing out a lot of fighters, you know, like Devin Haney, you know what I'm saying? Like he needs a home, you know what I'm saying, where he can make money and have, you know, have it. Hey, somebody mute their background, you know what I'm saying? So, you know, I mean, that's a good home for him, you know what I'm saying? So now he don't have to go search for fights and stuff, you know. And maybe we can get the Shakur Stevenson fight in the bag. We could definitely get the Teofimo fight in the bag because, you know, Teofimo's over there now. Got Richardson, you know what I'm saying, over there now. Got Connor Bean over there. So that's 3 fights right there that Devin could fight. You know what I'm saying? I don't see why it's bad. Somebody please explain to me, what's the problem?
That is Devin Haney. That's the problem.
Nah,
That's never bad. This is the thing. This is the
what I would
thing.
do. I think this is what Zuffa's doing, and this is what I would do. A fighter like Dev, T.O., well, more Dev. Champ, undisputed at one time. And this is the thing. They can get Dev over there to sign. It won't really it'll bring fans to Zuffa. But the thing about it is they need Dev almost to lose to a fighter that they already signed. Because then they can start beating their chest. If Dev goes over there and he's fighting rinky-dink 147, 154 pounders, everybody's gonna be like, all right, well, he ain't fighting nobody. But if he's winning, it's, you know, it's basically standard business for Dev. It's more important. You know, y'all can call me crazy. It's more important for them to sign somebody over there, hoping they get beat by somebody already over there. If Dev goes over there and loses to like a Richardson Hedges or a Connor Bean, that puts Zuffa in a much better light than Dev just going over there doing what Dev does and beating up Ben and Richardson Hitchens. This is I mean, because this is what I would do. Of course I would sign him, but I'm in the back of my mind, I'm like, yo, I hope he loses. Because if he loses to one of these people that ain't nobody give a damn about, and they sign the Zuffa because basically that's what they had to do, or that's what, you know, how their career path brought them to do, it looks so much better for Zuffa.
Yeah, that make a lot of sense what you just said.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that I mean, because Zuffa got to build, they still got to build their brand. And the Zone, remember how much money the Zone put into, you know, they came out with some bad fights. when they first came out, and they just kept putting on, 20 fights of, these little lackluster fights, you know what I'm saying? Just you were tired by the time the main event came out. You was just tired of watching these busters fight. And Zuffa, they're gonna look like they're gonna just go straight for the top names and keep everybody riveted, because they put on Crawford, and they put on Crawford and Alvarez. They was the promoters on that. What was the other fights they put on? They put on about 7 fights so far? I think it's been like 7 fights, and I think they're scheduled to do. Don't get me wrong. I think it's 12, and they want to put on 18. They got 12 more spots for this year, and they're going to shoot for 18 though. So Zuffa got a little schedule. You know what I'm saying? They got a schedule that they're trying to fulfill, and I think we got to give them a shot. You know what I'm saying? Even though people don't like Dana White, and they don't like the way he's greedy and the way he treats his fighters, and he came after the Muhammad Ali Act. You know what I'm saying? Hey, you know what I'm saying? That failed. So the Muhammad Ali Act still stands. So, they tried, you know what I'm saying? That's that corporate greed shit that they was trying to do. But, you know what I'm saying? Hopefully, Zuffa can organize this shit. You know what I'm saying? So they can't duck. We can get the fights that we want in an orderly fashion. We ain't got to wait for sanctioning bodies to try to order some shit. You know what I'm saying? People getting stripped of belts and all this kind of stuff. I just want to see it get back to being a sport instead of just, just an entertainment type of event, type of thing that they got going on now, but let's give Zuffa a chance, man, You know what I'm saying? Hunter, that was you came out with that.
Yeah. Because that's what I would do. I would sign them, but I mean, because any of them, Shakur, Dev, whoever, I need them to lose to somebody I already have, because that makes it that much better for Zuffa overall. So.
Yeah.
Well, I'm out, Paul. I got to get back to work, bro. I'm on my lunch break.
All right. Well, you done came and hyped up everything. Now you feel the whole ass. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I agree with Hunter though. I mean, that make a lot of sense. Why would they want to sign Devin to just come and beat all their fighters up? That makes sense.
All right, Will. Yeah, but man, don't you see everybody starting to go over there? What y'all think about that, man? People are starting to, I think these fighters are waiting, like Gary Antoine Russell. You know what I'm saying? I think they're waiting to get that check from Zuffa, man. I think a lot of these fighters are weighing, their careers to go over to Zuffa, man. They're trying to kick back so they don't lose, and they can get that fat check and get them a multi-fight deal. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they taking over. So? They taking over, but that's the part. A lot of people, they resistant to change, but the rest of these boxing organizations, they dying. They dying, bro. Top Rank lost they spot. They dying. I think Zuffa coming in.
I think DAZN is going to combat Zuffa, because right now PBC is fighting under DAZN, Top Rank is fighting under DAZN, and Golden Boy is fighting under DAZN. So it ain't going to be nothing, because if you're just, if they're going to make a run or stand tall, that's what it's going to have to be. They're going to have to start making those cross promotional fights. They've always made cross promotional fights, but I think for certain fighters, they can go to zone. And if Tank comes back, or if he don't go to jail or whatever, he can still fight, on Amazon Prime, because he's just that good of a, not good. Well, he's just that good of a talent, and he's just that good of a draw. So they can always pick and choose when it comes to PBC or Top Rank or whoever. Because remember, Top Rank got to deal with TNT, so that's saying a lot, because that should be free. Under TNT, it should be free. So that's what Abdullah Mason's fighting on. I think that's their inaugural fight for TNT is with Abdullah Mason, which is a hell of a fight, because he's going to beat the hell out of Joe Cardina. So that's a good showcase for him in his hometown, and that's a good showcase for TNT to get people more interested. So it's all and I'm pretty sure a lot of these networks are basically doing this on a sort of case by case basis, where they're going to see how things work out. So I think Zuffa is very good for boxers who have a ceiling, where their talents are going to only take them so far, because then they'll get steady fights, then they'll probably get above average pay. But for fighters who really don't have a ceiling, I think they should stay where they at.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I gotta go to meeting. I gotta go to meeting. Damn it, I gotta go to meeting. I'll hit y'all up later.
All right. Yeah, I slightly disagree with that, but I just think Zuffa coming in with a new model of boxing that a lot of boxing fans been looking for. Boxing fans wanted something similar to the UFC, where the best fighters are forced to fight the best fighters, where numbers don't come into play, cross promotion or this side of the street. I sell this much, you sell this much. People just want to see the best fight the best, and that's what the Dana White model presents, and that's what Zuffa's gonna be.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how it's gonna work. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just don't, like you said, people are resistant to change, man. It's like boxing is so, so traditional, but yet these guys are doing so many untraditional things, and it's just kind of turning your stomach, and people are losing interest in the sport. You know what I'm saying? Because these guys are acting like little prima donnas and won't make the deals, I mean, we should have been had that Devin Rowley fight, but because all these networks, what I'm saying, they just can't negotiate and come to an agreement. That would have been an excellent fight. I don't think Rowley's going to probably go over to Zuffa. I think he's doing good over at the PBC. I think he ain't going to go nowhere. I think he's going to stay right there. So, my bad. Go ahead.
No, I'm saying I just see a pattern. The fighters who look what Rowley did. They say not Rowley himself, but the PBC offered Devin something they didn't give him a guarantee. So that's why the fight ultimately failed, right? Because Devin didn't have a guarantee. He don't know how much he can sell with Rowley. Rowley's not a pay-per-view star, so Devin wanted a guarantee. The PBC wouldn't offer it. So the fight fell through. People just like you said, Rowley is not going to leave because he likes that model. He likes the model. If I don't want to take a certain fight, there are roadblocks in the way that'll keep me from having to take fights that I don't want to take. At Zuffa, the money is being offered up front. They'll come to you, each fighter individually, and ask you, what do you want to take this fight? It's less roadblocks and less barriers. That's why I say the path for the best to fight the best is going to be easier with Zuffa. Because once you sign with Zuffa, Zuffa is going to put on the best fights. If you rank number one, you will fight the number two guy. They don't care how many tickets the number two guy sells, and that's what boxing needs.
Yep. I agree with that. I agree, but everybody got all these damn doom and gloom theories. That Dana White, because we know his history and what he's done with the with the MMA, and I'm finding out that excuse me, y'all. When you get the hiccups and all kind of shit. We know what he's doing. Of course, with soccer and some of the other stuff. He's kind of messing over his people. I guess people are afraid that he's going to do the boxers the same way he's doing the other businesses that he got going on. And I was like, well, I don't think you have to worry about that because they're just getting started, and I don't think they're going to mess over anybody at the beginning. Maybe once they get established in boxing, they'll probably start doing that stuff. But for right now, I think people are going to get paid. They're going to bring the people over, and then we'll see what Zuffa got going on. It's like, but I'm not boycotting shit. I'm going to tell you that right now. If they got some good fights, I'm going to be there, and y'all going to be there too.
The only people that want Zuffa boycotted, the only people that want Zuffa boycotted is people that's okay with fighters turning down fights. If they okay with that, then they want Zuffa gone. It's a pattern that I noticed. Everybody I ever heard. Yeah.
I don't give a damn if they eating babies. God damn it. If they put on Errol Jr. versus Jamal Charlo, I'm watching that fight. If they can get, them two to, somehow in the ring, whatever the big fights are, David Benavidez and Ja Obataia, nigga. If it's at Zuffa, I don't care. I don't care where it's at. I want to see those fights.
You could just come up here and click the link instead of trying to fight back and combat everything I say. Because if you can't prove me wrong, then why you combating what I'm saying? You saying they can't force them to fight. You saying that people don't have to fight who they want to fight. So you tell me what your problem with Zuffa is. Because none of y'all can give a concrete reason why you don't like Zuffa. So I can only assume it's because your favorite fighters have been known to avoid fights talking about money.
Well, don't be just like showbiz, and stuff. Don't be surprised if you see 2 Cents, you know what I'm saying, up at the PBC staying with showbiz and all the rest of it. You're gonna have her little spot on there, have her little show on there, little talk show on there, and who else got a little show?
Yeah, because what other problem can people have with none of them give you a concrete reason why Zuffa is bad for boxing, other than the fact that they offer fighters money that they would accept up front and they put on fights and they trying to make the best fights happen. What other problem do you have with Zuffa? Victor Conte not involved, so why y'all hate Zuffa? Tell me why y'all hate Zuffa.
They don't like Zuffa, man. It's like fuck Zuffa. You know.
Yeah, but again, I'm not stupid. One thing about me, and I never censor myself for people that want lies to prevail. The truth of the matter is, the only people that complain about Zuffa is people who are fans of fighters, who have avoided fights, who have weak resumes based off their status in boxing, and that's the protection that they use to avoid the tough fights.
My bag. I forgot to click myself in. My bag. He says, well, all I was saying is that Zuffa Boxing, bro, you know, you got to give them an opportunity, you know what I'm saying? So we can't just dog them out and say, you know, they're not going to, you know, they're not going to do what they say they're going to do until, you know, we just got to wait to see. This is their first year, so give them an opportunity to see what they're going to do. Just kick back. I mean, the zone came through and, you know what I'm saying? They came in talking big stuff and, you know, it was what it was, you know. We just got to wait and see, you know. He says, no, they are not. And I said, I mean, I don't get it. It's like, it says, nigga, avoid of facts telling me I'm biased. He says, the issue with the duck talk is really not duck. He says, Tank versus Shakur versus Tank. Shakur said what? Hold on. Says Shakur said he didn't trust PBC to have him fight Tank first. Devin Rowley. Devin didn't want no guarantee. Sometimes it don't work out. Well, that's true. That's true, Hunter. You know what I'm saying? That's true. You know, but you know, we just got to go about. I mean, whatever they say is, you know, we're not lawyers. We're not in there with the contracts. We just know the shit didn't work out. You know, from what I heard, I thought, you know, I think they said they wanted a guarantee. You know, and PBC, you know, just wants you to, you know, kind of bet on yourself, like, you know, Spence used to do. You know what I'm saying? And you just get your money, you know, you get your money on the back end type thing. You know what I'm saying? Crawford wasn't feeling that. Remember, we went through all kind of debates about that, you know, about Crawford not taking that money, you know what I'm saying? Because there was no guarantee because of the PBC model. And we had big debates about that. We had so many debates about that I hate debating boxing. You know what I'm saying? It's like shit, you know. It's like we lawyers. We act like we these guys' agents. You know what I'm saying? We're not. You know, so oh, no doubt. What's going on, Jeff? Yeah, I'm back, you know. You know, it's just whenever I get some downtime, I get some place with Wi-Fi I can get on. You know, it's usually, but they be sending us tankers out here to these damn these boonies out in the boonies. You can't get no Wi-Fi. Verizon, I thought Verizon was the best network. You know, shit, that should be dead spots all over the place. You know, but yeah, man, that's you know, that's the news. You know, that's the news. You know, Teofimo Lopez signed with Zuffa Boxing. Zuffa Boxing is starting to get some star fighters, man. You know, who knows? You know, if he could get, you know, saying I think Abdullah is with Top Rank. I don't think he could really touch their fighters, but you know, we just got to see what they're gonna do. You know, just got to see what they're gonna do. He said Benavidez versus Zordo under review. Oh, by the VADA Commission. That's ridiculous. Because somebody was saying David Benavidez hit him with like 4 elbows. You know, but they don't talk about the 86 combos he hit him with. You know, they kept talking about the elbows and the illegal dirty. It's like, bro, this is boxing, bro. You know, you got 2 big ass galoots up in there throwing like a motherfucker up in there, and he just got caught. You know what I'm saying? He got caught with a couple elbows. It is what it is, you know. You know, that's the Mexican monster. They don't call that nigga a monster for no reason, you know. And Gilberto, he's been at cruiserweight, so you know, he should be okay. Yeah, the elbow. He says exactly. People get hit with elbows. That's what I say. 2 cents, you know. You know, he's a big boy. You can't tell me that Gilberto ain't hit nobody with an elbow. You know what I'm saying? That's part of boxing, bro. You know. And I don't think David, if you look at the way, it was just a natural reaction to come back. You know, he just happened to catch him, you know, coming back because he hit him with a right after he hit him. He was hitting Gilberto with every damn thing, bro. Every punch he threw, he was hitting Gilberto. But he's such a big target. That motherfucker looked like Trek. He looked like Trek, man. I was like, wow. He was just too slow. And Dave was just too fast, you know. It just is what it is, you know. I mean, I knew he was going to get beat up like that, though. You know, because David ain't no ordinary. He ain't no ordinary fighter. He says these folks don't watch boxing for real. You know, hey, you know, now it's a boxing is a peculiar niche. You know, and not everybody. Some people just watch it for the knockouts. You know, Ben. There's few people that watch it for the skill, and you know, it's a peculiar, you know, type sport. You know, to be obsessed with. You know, but David, man, he's definitely coming into his own. He's definitely has raised his level of boxing, his conditioning. You know what I'm saying? All that, man. You can see he's on a mission, and man, shit, he looking good, man, out there. You know, he's looking good out there. You know, I want to see if Bivol or Better Be, you know what I'm saying, what they're going to do. Are they going to give him an opportunity? Because I thought he was supposed to be fighting Better Be, but something happened with that. You know, he's supposed to be fighting Better Be, and, you know, that'd be a hell of a fight, you know, to see what Better Be. I don't even think Better Be could really, you know, fuck with Dev right now. I think Dev is just in a zone right now. I think he's just in a zone, you know. And shit, I'm happy for him, man, because he's been through a lot of crappy politics, you know. And I don't think he'll ever get that Canelo fight. I think Canelo's smarter than that. He said they say Zerto had a couple of broken teeth. Yeah, orbital bone. His orbital bone was fucked up. You know what I'm saying? The nigga had arthritis. You know what I'm saying? This nigga had everything. David told him up, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, let me see. I think I got the damn clip. Let me see. Do I got the... Hold on, let me look and see if I got that. You know, it tells you what everything he had that was busted up on him. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I got that. Let me see. And you know how it is, like when you start searching for it, it ain't even there. You can't even find it. See, I got it off of Instagram, all the stuff that was busted up on him. Let me see. Is that it? No, that ain't it. That ain't it. See, I had it. I don't know what the hell I did with it. Hold on for a second. You know, anyway, he was pretty busted up. He was pretty busted up. You know, he had to go straight to the hospital. He couldn't even do the post-fight interview. But here's the hit list for Dev. Y'all want to check that out? Or the supposed hit list. Can y'all see that? Yeah, this is the supposed hit list. You know, since Teofimo Lopez, the one over there, you know, they got Teofimo Lopez, then they want Shakur, then they want Tank. Is he really serious about Gerard Boussins? Then he want to fight Brian Norman Jr. again. Let me see. Keyshawn Davis, Rolly Romero, kind of being right. Why Ryan Garcia last? Why would he be last? Shit, I don't know. I don't know if he can make it through that list right there. I don't know. I think he'll get Teofimo Lopez. I think he'll get Teo. Let me see. Yeah, I think he'll get Teo. Hold on. Damn, stream it. It says how you gonna have a hit list at Zuffa? Well, I mean, can't Zuffa? I mean, I don't know if Zuffa I know what kind of relationship he got with Oscar De La Hoya, but you know, because Dana White Oscar De La Hoya don't really like each other, but you know, I mean, maybe they could make some negotiations. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know. You know, maybe maybe he's gonna try to get him over there. Because Shakur could sign with Zuffa, right? You know, can he sign? He could sign with Zuffa, right? 2 cents is a 2 cents. Hell no, unless they are paying some 50 million. You know, say yeah, but David worth it though. Don't you think David worth it? I mean, David right now, I would go as far as to say David is the face of boxing. I would say David right now. I would say David is the face of boxing. And y'all agree with that? Because David, man, he's must see TV. Must see. 2 cents say no. Who you think the face of boxing, Tank? Or there is no face of boxing? Who do you think the face of boxing is right now? Jerron Boot Sinners? Oh, you said no to the 50 million? You know what I'm saying? Well, you know, I don't know what David could demand, but I know his fight's exciting. You know, after that Gilberto, I think his stock that Gilberto win, Ramirez win, I think his stock is gonna went up. You know, and I think he's gonna get paid nice for that Ja Obata fight. You know, I think that's but Ja Obata is with Zuffa too. So if they could make a fight, then that's going to be the model for making the fights with the other anybody who's not with Zuffa. You know, that'll be the model. You know, so it can be done. It's just can they do it? It can be done. You know, Carissa Shields, yeah. You know, I show Carissa, man. That I don't know what's going on with her, man. You know, it's just I love her as a fighter. You know, she used to be my daughter, man. But man, my daughter, she tripping. You know, when it comes to this Papoose, Papoose got some, I don't know, something. He got crack dick or something. Cause it's like he got her going crazy, man. You know, I just want her to chill out. You know, just want her to chill out. You know, that's everybody. She's taking a beating this year. And she needs to stop going live and stop trying to defend herself so much against people that just want to aggravate her, you know. She's going to end up taking a loss, you know what I'm saying, behind messing with these people out here trying to argue with them and stuff. You know, she just is getting on my nerves, you know. Every time I see her, you know, she's saying something crazy. What you say? Hold on. I got to keep trying to expand it. He said, I am saying if I was David, so you have to pay me a lot of money to drop these belts. Oh yeah. But I mean, do we have to actually drop the belts just to fight? Well, I guess that makes sense. Because they got to get paid. Well, as long as they get their sanctioning fee, what the hell? You know, I don't know how they're gonna do that. He says, what if John wins? Is the sanctioning body going to let Dana have control of the belts? Of course not. I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know, but I don't think they're gonna let them have control. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's interesting. You know, I guess as long as you represent, you know what I'm saying, it's like it don't matter who really don't matter, you know, the company or whatever. If because they still wearing the belts, they still got to pay the sanctioning fees, right? I mean, but it just depends on how they look at it, right? Just depends on how they look at it. You know, maybe the sanctioning bodies just don't want nothing to do with Zuffa Boxing. At some point, they're gonna have to come to grips that Zuffa Boxing is probably here to stay. You know, and then they just formulate some kind of relationship. I don't know how that's gonna work though. You know, we got to just sit back and see. It's just 2 cents. There's 2 cents. Says, what if Okay, I read that. What'd you say? The two sanctioning bodies would not sanction the fight. He said he would either drop or they won't sanction. Yeah. What you said? Said these are the problems with Zuffa pool. Says while motherfuckers up there crying with their emotions, excuses, and no facts. You know what I'm saying? It's like, well, I mean, if he want to fight, you know, I mean, because who else do you want to see David fight besides Better Bees and Bivol, right? Who else you want to see him fight? If Jao Bataya is that the fight to be made, you know, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, you damned if you do, damned if you don't, you know. You know, did they? So Ja Obataille, he had to drop his belts to go to Zuffa Boxing. Had to drop his belts. Oh, I got you. Hold on, I gotta create a new link. Hold on. Let me create a new link. There we go. Forgive me, I'm doing this on my phone. So. There we go. Okay, how I do this? Okay, there we go. Kind of funny doing this on my phone. So Ja Obataille had to drop his belts to go over to Zuffa. So, maybe he went over there to hide from David. Maybe he took his ass over there so he wouldn't have to fight David. There you go. So you said Ja Obataille had to drop his belts. You there?
What up, Paul? What's going on?
Oh, nothing much. Just talking a little boxing today.
Oh,
You know.
okay.
So you have to drop your belts to go over to Zuffa.
Yeah, you know, because this is a thing, right? In the beginning of all of this, Dana White has came out publicly and said he's shitted on all the promoters. They dumb, they stupid, they ain't got no vision. He shitted on all the sanctioning bodies, and he's like, "Oh, I'm a visionary." Basically, he said, I got a vision, and I'm gonna be better than all these guys that's been messing up boxing the last 100 years. It's basically Dana White's stance. And when it took them a little longer to get the Ali Act passed or whatever, then they start trying to come out and be like, "Oh, we'll work with the sanctioning bodies and do all this." So he kind of switching it up now, but. Zuffa is supposed to be a UBO, a league. So once you sign with Zuffa, theoretically, you're out of traditional boxing.
Okay.
Now they're saying, as Dana has said, okay, well, you know, it'll be a select few people that we'll let fight on a ring card, I guess, if they want to fight somebody outside of Zuffa, which is fine. And let me say this. All these emotional arguments people have about, oh, it's because they Tank fans and they favorite fight. Like, that is so ignorant, to say the least, about my criticisms and critiques about Zuffa. It has nothing to do with how I feel about a fighter. This has all to do with the research I've done. I've read over the Ali Act. I've seen Dana's track record of what happened with him at the UFC. I've read the $400 million antitrust lawsuit that Dana White is getting sued for, and said that he's covered up all of the loopholes of things that got him sued at UFC. He's covered them up in these contracts for Zuffa. So what people are not realizing is, even if they're, you know, signing these people and paying them this money right now, it's like a lost leader strategy. I'm gonna come in, pay people this money, and eventually I'm gonna pull the rug, right? And it's a lot of loopholes in the contract. Like I heard Oscar say, they may promise you a fee, a certain amount for your fight, but if you lose, you're not gonna get paid that amount. So I think it's going to be a lot of little things like that in those contracts that the fighters aren't going to appreciate a lot. And I don't see a problem with me talking about that and pointing that out. Do you see a problem with that, Paul? Because for some reason, people have an issue with me talking about these things. You see how it's, oh, you a Tank fan? Like, that has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
I mean, it just sounds like you more informed, you know, about Zuffa because it's still a enigma to us. We're still just getting used to it.
And this is what I want to say, Paul. People keep saying, oh, we got to give Zuffa time. We got to do this and do that. First of all, Zuffa promised so many things before they started, right? They set the expectations so high, and so far they've under-delivered. Now, when Al Haymon was in boxing and he was putting on good fights and good matchups, even to this day, Paul, Al Haymon is still criticized as if he's never done anything good in boxing. So we got a crook like Dana White in boxing who has a track record of doing messed up stuff and messing over fighters. But when I pointed out, it's, oh, no, you got to give him time. And like, no, I'm not giving him no time. He's going to get the same scrutiny Al Haymon got. He's going to get the same scrutiny Eddie Hearn got when he came into boxing. Why does he get a pass? He doesn't.
But, okay, but here's my question. I mean, okay, you see how he been moving in boxing here. So you got anything, you know, against what he's done so far?
Yes, changing the Ali Act. Absolutely.
No, I'm talking about as far as the fights goes. I mean, I thought he lost that case. I thought he lost it.
No. No. They won.
I thought Oscar De La Hoya came out and said,
man, listen, Paul, they already had the politicians in their pocket. Everybody's already paid off. It don't matter what Oscar would have said. It don't matter what Nico Ali-Wash would have said. They already got he friends with Trump, Paul.
Okay.
They already and you know it's all political, so they already had them in their pocket. Nothing was going to change that unless people in boxing was willing to pull money together and get some politicians on their side. You going up there saying your speech, that wasn't going to matter. So all I'm trying to say, Paul, is Zuffa hasn't done anything but create another side of the street and a new belt, and they fractured boxing even more to now where it's going to be even harder to get fights we want to see. Let's take the Benavidez Jai Opetaia situation. Now they might figure it out and figure out how to make the fight. But my question is, if Jai Opetaia and Benavidez fight, why would I fight you now after you just dropped your belt and went over to Zuffa? But that's cool. They might still fight. But what happens if Jai Opetaia beats Benavidez? Does Dana White now have control over all of those belts that Benavidez have? Or are the sanctioning bodies not going to sanction the fight? Now, these are very thoughtful questions, Paul, and they make sense. Yeah. And they have nothing to do with Tank Davis, do they?
I don't know. You got a little Tank Davis on it.
No, I ain't got nothing to do with Tank. Those are valid.
But that's what they do, though, Paul. They always go to Tank.
That's because they look at you as pro Tank. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know why.
Because you love Tank, goddammit.
I mean, I like Tank, but
I look at you as Ryan Garcia. I was gonna say it's a Ryan Garcia thing.
You see me? You see what I'm saying? But anyway, so anytime you making sense and saying something logical, they call you a Tank fan, and I don't get it. But the thing with Devin going to Zuffa, right? I don't care. Devin's going to Zuffa. That's fine. But where people are like, oh, why Devin going to Zuffa is because in the beginning, a lot of the Haney fans was like, oh, Zuffa's a developmental league and all this other stuff. We was like, okay, cool. And then you got people saying how Devin is the face of boxing and he do this and he make more than Tank and he do this. So it's like, if Devin does all of these things and is this person y'all say he is, why would he be going to Zuffa? Why does Devin Haney need guaranteed money if he's who y'all say he is, right? You feel what I'm saying? So that's really it's really just y'all exposed at this point. Nobody really cares Devin is going to Zuffa. Like, we don't care. He can go fight wherever he want to fight at, and he can do whatever he needs to do to get his money. But Eddie Hearn is the one that came out and said, ain't nobody gonna pay Devin unless they desperate. He said, we paid Devin because we were starting up the zone. We needed some faces over here. They thought he was going to be the next Floyd Mayweather. And so they paid him a lot of money to get their company started up. And now that their company is going and blowing, Eddie Hearn like, nah, I don't need him. I'm not about to pay him that money. Maybe Zuffa needs a face or whatever they need or whatever they can use him for. Maybe they'll overpay Devin for these fights. It has nothing to do with me liking him or not. These are just the facts.
Also,
I don't even dislike Devin. But now the question becomes, if you go over to Zuffa, are you now removing yourself from the traditional boxing realm, and those fights that we wanted to see with the people still on the outside, will those fights still be made? That is the question.
Well, Teofimo, I think people want to see Dev fight Teofimo Lopez. I don't think they give a damn about Richard Hitchison or Conor Ben, but they're definitely going to want to see Teofimo Lopez. That's a big fight. You know, they're gonna try to grab the rest of them. You know what I'm saying? Like you say, it's a split, but they're gonna have to cross that line. And how many fighters are going to be willing to cross that line to get over there at Zuffa and be able, you know, to get a multi-fight deal? You know, I don't think people really care about the belts like that no more because of what we've seen during the Canelo era. We've seen the politics behind it over on the traditional boxing side. Am I sad to see something like that go? Yeah, but I still want to see these fights. You know what I'm saying? I think it'll make a comeback. You know, all these things, you know, just like the zone is dying, Zuffa Boxing will probably have its run, and it'll probably end up dying too. You know what I'm saying? But right now, shit, it's the best thing going as far as, you know, these fighters, you know, getting signed up to fight. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they haven't fought yet, so we got to see what happens. That's why I say we got to sit back and see what Zuffa, you know, how they produce. Are they really going to produce, you know, the fights that they say they're going to produce? And, you know, I don't think they had that's why I want to see that. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, if they could get Shakur over there and make the fight, shit, or pay Shakur some kind of obscene amount of money, shit, I'm down for it, you know? As far as the future of boxing, though, it's going to be interesting to see, you know, what they can do. You know, is Zuffa just going to be assed out? Zuffa just going to be assed out. You know what I'm saying? If they can't get these champions to come over and drop their belts, you know, or like you say, maybe they could just do like a side thing, you know, some kind of cross promotional.
But why the fighters got to drop their belts though? That's what I'm saying. Like if
because
I'm a fighter,
because the sanctioning bodies, you know what I'm saying? They got their traditions. They got. You know, what's his name? Suleiman. Suleiman is very, you know, traditional, but you throw the right kind of money his way, shit could get done. You know, it's about the money. It's about them M's for him. You know.
I mean, you know, but it's gonna be this is the thing. People, I don't know why people think Zuffa's gonna be better when you're gonna have one entity controlling the ranking. You're gonna have one person controlling everything. How do people think that's gonna be better and less corrupt? It's gonna be one.
I don't think they're looking at it like that. They're looking at the structure of, you know, number one fighting number two, you know, and we getting a clear definition of what that is, you know, instead of, you know, it's you just going about, you know, what fight have you done lately, or do you deserve to fight? You know what I'm saying? No, we want to see the champion fight the guy that's you know, that's up and coming, that's threatening, you know.
But what about this, Pool? Let me ask you a question, right? When the UFC was around, wasn't it like 3 more like MMA type of things? Like they had the PFL, they had this and they had that, right? So a lot of people, I think, keep misconstruing like, oh, Dana White made the best fight the best. Well, he only made the best fight the best that was at UFC. What if it was somebody at PFL that they felt was the best, that they wanted to see somebody fight at UFC, but they could not cross like that? So it's kind of like y'all not really thinking about, like, think about it, because y'all keep saying, oh, he gonna make the best fight the best. He's gonna make the best fight the quote unquote best where he's at with Zuffa. Let's just say Benavidez and Jai Opetaia can't make this fight for whatever reason. Then that's not the best fighting the best. So once again, he promised y'all something that he cannot deliver.
That's not true. That's not true. The UFC is not set up like that. The best fighters in MMA end up at the UFC. That's why all the other promotion companies you were talking about, when they try to come to the UFC, they get dominated by the most mediocre fighters that were already in the UFC. There's never been nobody that left Strikeforce or PFL and went to the UFC and dominated. When they come to the UFC, they get destroyed.
That's not
the best
my point,
fighters are already
in the UFC.
No, that was just your point. You just said like the fact that I shot it down. That was your point. You just said, what if there are better fighters at other promotion companies? I'm telling you, they are not.
That's that nigga energy I told you.
Yeah. Yeah,
anyway,
no, because you're not going to overtalk. You just made the point and I shot it down. Now you want to say that wasn't your point to begin. I'm not about to start
because you misunderstood what I was saying. So let me reiterate.
No, I reiterate.
I get what you're saying, but my point I'm trying to make was if there was a fighter at PFL that people felt were good, and there was a fighter at UFC that people felt were good, they weren't going to make that fight. Why? Because they can't. So essentially, that's not the best fighting the best.
I just shot you down by saying that the best fighters are already in the UFC.
Bruh. Do y'all understand my point? Because he obviously does not.
You didn't. You just can't fight the best are already in the UFC.
No, I understand what you're saying too, but it's a reach. It's kind of a reach, you know what I'm saying? Because Zuffa Boxing, you know what I'm saying? If they get all the right people over there, like they, going for the Devin Haney, if they're gonna try to go for the Tank, they're gonna try to get all the popular boxers, and if they do that, that's gonna draw in, I think, that the other fighters, Right now, I think everybody's just migrating over to Zuffa. Right now, they're just starting out. We got to see how it plays out. But you got a good point, but we got to get there. We got to get there. Right now, Zuffa is just making a stable, a stable of fighters. We got to see how it plays out. I mean, it could play out the way you say, and it just become another.
That's just my prediction. That's just my prediction.
But the same people that have a problem, the same people that have a problem with Zuffa are the same people that had a problem with Turkey Al-Sheikh in the ring to begin with.
And Turkey Al-Sheikh did exactly what I said he was going to do.
Years going off on why it's not no good thing to do and all that. This boxing, we don't control what happens. All we looking at is who's gonna fight who. That's the only thing that matters.
No, that's the only thing that matters to you.
That's the only thing that matters.
Just like the same people that say the people that are in direct disagreement are only taking maniacs, man. It's just because Tank is the representation of the PBC. And the true attack and the true thing is on Al Heyman and the PBC.
Have you heard Ariel Helwani talking about this, doing interviews about this? This isn't just people with Tank. This is a industry-wide thing. People are constantly talking about this. This isn't just Tank. You got the UFC fighters complaining, telling boxers not to fucking fool with Dana White because he's a fucking scumbag. This ain't got nothing to do with just no Tank, bro. Like that is such a low level thinking. Like I don't understand that. This is so much bigger than that.
It's not exactly.
Hold on, I'm gonna let you talk. Let me finish. Let me finish.
Yeah. When the next time you cut me out, make sure you stop this.
Okay, I will. Y'all one at a time. That's all. You got time on Full Kind of Boxing. Y'all get it out.
And like I was saying about Turkey Al-Sheikh, he did exactly what he said that he was going to do, which is he inflated the American market. He came to destroy the American market, which is exactly what he's done. We can't even get a competitive fight between Jaron Ennis and Virgil Ortiz because Virgil Ortiz wants $10 million a fight to fight. So I said, when Turkey Al-Sheikh comes and inflate these prices, we're not even going to be able to get simple competitive fights because everybody going to be wanting to get paid so much money. The American market is struggling right now. Go ahead, Drew. Go ahead, Drew.
Nah, Paul getting emotional. I mean, your boy Judah getting emotional. Let him get his stuff off.
God damn it, to make it exciting. Get emotional, goddamn it.
Yeah, first of all, and I don't know who that is talking, but you said I disrespected you, but you keep coming for me, but the shit about to start again. But I'm not even talking to you at all, period. Yeah. But the point I was trying to make is the point you just made about Virgil, yeah, he might be asking for a lot of money, but that's not a good example because I believe Virgil Ortiz will do anything to avoid Jaron Ennis. So if you can find another example, I get where you're going with.
Let me tell you why I use that as an example, because in the lawsuit, have you read it?
Let him land, too.
But no, I asked that question. I want her to give me another example.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Okay, because in the lawsuit, I don't know if you read it or not. I did. He cited the Teofimo Lopez Shakur Stevenson fight about how much money they got paid. So that's why he felt like he deserved that. And Turkey is the one that overpaid them for that fight. So yeah, they definitely use that in the lawsuit as an example as to why he should be paid that amount of money.
But these are the same people too, since that when this fight was first talked about 4 years ago, they said we need 4 years to be rid of him. They gonna come up with any excuse not to fight Boots. Any excuse, money, he can get hurt again. Shit, if they solve the money issue, shit, this motherfucker get hurt before the fight. He don't want to fight Boots, period.
No, that is true. That's the first thing you said that was true.
They still use
Turkey. I'm asking you if you got another example. Like I see what you're saying. He came in and inflated price. You saying that a lot of fights left America. I can see where you're going with that, but I honestly saw that trend. I saw that trend enough before Turkey also, where Americans wasn't going to get a lot of the top fights in America. What they doing, even before Turkey, they've been championing Mexican fighters. They've been championing UK fighters. They are purposely putting these fighters over our fighters anyway. They got Inoue #1 over people. They got Nakatani over Devin Haney. And I know y'all don't like Devin, but Nakatani is not a better fighter or more accomplished than Devin Haney. This trend was going to happen regardless.
Well, this been going on. Listen, this is King Judah. This been going on for a minute, well before Turkey ever came to the forefront. You get what I'm saying? Like, this shit been going on. It's just that once the market got weak enough, then Turkey came to the forefront and just.
Right. HBO had the Europeans, and you know, what I'm saying, then the Zone came with their, you know, what I'm saying, global, foreign fighters and stuff. You know, what I'm saying, so they've been trying to take over for a long time. You know, Triple G, they try to promote Triple G, and you know what I'm saying, and all these. That's why HBO went under. You know what I'm saying, trying to promote all these foreign dudes that no Americans knew.
Well, maybe our fighters ought to do what Canelo did. Canelo made it clear, I don't fight other Mexicans. Maybe our fighters ought to say, we're not fighting Americans. Maybe they ought to just take everybody else out.
America got the most world champions.
Right, but what I'm saying is they right now, the way boxing is set up, it's easier for them to overlook our best fighters. They doing it like I say, look at their pound for pound. Look at how they who get marketed versus who's not marketed. And even with
who tried to do that? HBO tried to do that, and you seen what happened with HBO. HBO tried to push them UK fighters and all of that.
Yeah, but even with the PBC, Al Heyman, from what I understand, he stepped down, right? And it's like this Hispanic dude running everything. Didn't they last card feature an entire Hispanic card?
Yeah, it was Cinco de Mayo.
That's what I'm saying. I understand the Cinco de Mayo thing too, but I mean, come on, bro. Every fight was a Hispanic card. I mean, every fight. What I'm saying is, I get what you're saying. You don't like Zuffa, but the reasoning, what I'm saying is, I still haven't heard the reasoning, because if it's because they inflating prices and they got people avoiding fights, I think they was going to avoid fights anyway.
I think the miscommunication is you think I don't like Zuffa. It's not about like. It's just with all the information that I have, I'm just putting together what I foresee happening. It don't matter whether I like them or not. It's not about like. I've been reading the lawsuits. I've been reading so much shit about this and just researching it. And now I'm like, okay, this is what I think they trying to do.
Right, so I tell you my complete stance on it, because I don't really get into the promotional thing. I was never big on the Al Haney versus Bob Arum. I don't care about the promotional companies. I care about the fighters. As me watching them. Now I'm gonna say this. This is my take on it. If Zuffa come in, right, because you're saying that Dana White gonna play with their money.
I'm
not opposed to that line of thinking. I'm not opposed to that line of thinking, because I believe Dana White gonna flip the script and start playing with their money as soon as he get a chance. But my thing is, as long as that UFC model is in place, where the best fight the best, where the #1 guy is going to at least fight the #3 guy, meaning, because right now in boxing, you can be the #1 guy, you can jump down and fight #15 and nobody cares. They never care if you test yourself. But in the UFC, even if you don't fight the #2 guy, you will fight the #3 guy. And as long as they doing that, I got to be honest with y'all. If they start playing with the fighters' money, that's on the fighters to deal with that. As a fan, I'm going to be happy about watching the best fight the best. I'll take that how y'all want it.
And see, that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at. You know what I'm saying? You know, but they got to build a stable up. They got to prove themselves. You know, they got to pay their dues, and maybe that's why they're paying all this money. You know, that's why they're paying all this money.
No, they definitely got to build a stable up.
Yeah.
So you're right about that. They got to bring the names over there so they can get more people to come over there. But in temp right now, they're getting the people that had the lower ceilings or who have maxed their ceilings, so that they can give them the money that they possibly can't get in the current structure or the traditional setting to come over that way. And then by doing that, if they can get enough of them, you're going to need some fights to set up things. So that means you're going to have to start getting more people to start looking to their fighters to make some of these fights. And I think that that's what they're trying to do. I think that they followed the same format with the LIV and the golf thing, and they did it with the soccer. I forgot what the term was or the acronym they used for the soccer. And both of them have failed. What Dana White had did to build his brand up was pay the people that was his chief competitor, one who was up top, up money up front, and make them promise that for 10 years they couldn't do anything to promote or tamper with anything that they got going on in the process, so they can set themselves so far ahead of the curve that whatever they try to do when they did come back wouldn't be enough. It would be futile. So that's how they got a stranglehold on that. They're trying to put that stuff into play right now with this boxing, and they're doing it by going after the people who have unfortunately been forgotten in the system, or have a low ceiling in the system, or have maxed their ceiling.
Yeah, I think, and I agree with that to an extent. Like even with Devin Haney, right? I mean, what they're doing is like this is a new company. They need a face. They need a name. Right now, they probably can't afford the biggest name. Sure, they probably not in a position where they can actually go get the biggest name. So Devin Haney works perfectly for them, just like he did with his own. His name big enough to put eyes on your promotional company, but it's not so big that you can't afford it. And that's why they went after Devin Haney. But I don't understand the part. Now, again, I think 2 Cents was saying that they have it, and they have it written that if you make it so high in their rankings, you can the ring throws you back into the regular sanctions, from what I understand, you know. And I think that makes sense for what they want to do. I think they want, just like Dana White do with everything else, you prove yourself and you work your way up in his system. That's just like you do with the UFC. He don't just sign people straight to the UFC no more. You have to go to the contender house first. He's going to make money off you, where he got a whole show where the newcomers come in, they fight on this show, and after you make it out the contender house, now you are a UFC fighter, you get a contract. I can see him doing the same thing with Zuffa. You come in as Zuffa, you're at the bottom of the barrel, you're at the bottom of the bracket, you work your way up. Eventually, you can start competing for things like a ring belt. You know, my thing is, I'm not arguing with people who are saying that, you know what, Dana White a snake. Eventually, he gonna pull the rug from under their feet. He gonna start playing with their money. I get that, right? But I'm also telling you that if I see Dana White actually making number one, fight at least number 3, I'm going to support him. But I'm also going to support the fighters if they try to take him to court to get no money. I'm on their side too with that on that end, but I'm not going to lie to you. If Dana White can get rid of people, Dutch people, just because they don't want to fight them, because in the UFC, you don't have that option. When John Jones is the champion and Dana White tell him he's going to be fighting number 2 or number 3, he don't have a way out of that. He has to defend that belt. Or he has to leave Dana White. So I'm all for it.
But this is the thing about the whole thing about Zuffa and the rankings and all that stuff. They're going to do what everybody else does, especially because boxing's so much. Okay, UFC, they have a cult following. And that cult following is basically an offspring of the WWE. Let's not fool each other, because if you go to those fights, you're going to see the same WWE folks at a UFC fight. Mm-hmm. So they have, so that's how that all rolls. So they, like I said, they have a cult kind of following. Young white boys who are basically want to see whatever. But with boxing is a little bit different, because you have it's just a whole different beast. I think it's not okay. A fight is a fight, but when it comes to the politics and everything like that, I think boxing is a whole different beast. That's why I put in the comments, they're going to skew those rankings to who's popular, because they gave John Opataya a belt. He ain't fought nobody for that belt. So they just, Judah, you can go over there and be like, yo, give me a belt. Fuck it, why not? If they giving them away. So at least, to me, they should have at least made Ja fight anyone for that belt. Instead
because you seem like you make a lot of good points, bro. And so I'm gonna ask you this, because I don't know your stance. Like, do you have a problem with Zuffa, or are you just pointing out certain things?
No, I have no problem with Zuffa. Zuffa's gonna do what Zuffa's gonna do. They just they're just
you
another.
You got to think the UFC is popular because they got let's just face it. It's not a lot. They got black guys over there that dominate, but any sport where white men are just as competitive, it's going to do well in this country.
Right. And I was trying not to say that, but yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I get it, what I'm saying? Because, white guys just as good as the black guys over there, because it's wrestling and everything, that's involved. But in boxing, you know, it's kind of dominated by black people, and you know, they don't want to see that. You know what I'm saying? They don't really want to see that. Where you know, they get tired of seeing black champions. You know what I'm saying?
True,
and that's what.
My bad.
But I think
No, I'm saying that's true.
Point.
That's true for that's true for. And you know, I get exactly where both of y'all coming from. They want that. They want the opportunity to be able to see people look like him compete. But the truth, I mean, quiet is kept. Black people still dominate the UFC too. John Jones is the undefeated GOAT of the UFC. Before him, it was Anderson Silva. So we still dominate. But I get where y'all going.
Yeah,
and let's also not get this misconstrued. Boxing is like the number seventh or sixth or seventh, depending on what rankings you look at, sport in America. Boxing has soccer, baseball, football, basketball, hockey. All of those sports are in front of boxing. These other countries, boxing is number 2 or 3 behind soccer.
Right.
So you know,
soccer and baseball.
Mm-hmm.
And baseball, it depends on what country baseball. Because if you're talking about a country like the UK, it's not going to be baseball. It's going to more than likely be maybe cricket could step in there somewhere. But so in the US, it's going to be very hard for, and that's why I think this is where Zuffa kind of fits in. It's going to be very hard for boxers that are, you know, they're okay. They're not the greatest, but they're okay. They can make a living.
Yeah, they are strong.
They can make a living.
But can I say this? Y'all just made me realize something. I never thought about it like that until you brought it up. You know how big boxing is outside of America. They don't have other sports to compete with. But that made me think, what if our fighters don't get the respect they deserve worldwide because of us? The example I want to give y'all is something that we all know. When Errol Spence started Terrence Crawford, when they was going in it, the fan base was divided, right? Even between people like Devin and Haney. We don't get behind our fighters as Americans. We more divided. So some of our fighters don't feel as good as maybe they should because we so divided. Y'all get where I'm going with that? Because the UK fighters, they all like a UK fighter regardless, you know?
Yeah, I just mentioned that earlier, how we don't support, like the Mexicans support Canelo, and, you know what I'm saying, they support, well, really all Mexican boxers get supported by Mexico like that, and England. You know what I'm saying? They support their fighters, you know what I'm saying? No matter how trash they are, you know what I'm saying? They support them. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so y'all don't think that got nothing to do with it? Because I know somebody just said that, you know, we don't, you know, the fight, what 2 Cents said that the fight's going away from America. That might got a lot to do with it. Because think about it. If you only got people like David Benavidez, I think he considered American. You know, Errol Spence, when he was fighting Tank Davis, they the biggest name. Why would promotional companies trying to maximize their dollar prioritize the U.S. for fights if only a handful of fighters can generate money? You know what I mean?
Right.
See, that's the thing. But I'm going to throw this way out here because this is probably not going to happen anytime soon. But you notice how football is trying to get worldwide, how basketball is trying to become worldwide.
Basketball.
Once they get that staple, boxing is going to take another hit worldwide. It's going to happen because they're going to take another hit. So again, you know, it's a whole thing of you're dealing with a situation where, you know, it's a global market. Boxing in the U.S. is just not it for the most part when it comes to sports. And you're right. I think some of these boxers, they probably do like take a. Nah, I can't stand Teal, so don't take take a Dev. Maybe he needs to go over. Well, he already fought in Australia, so I can't say. Well, like Dev when he fought in Australia, you know. But again, because he is to fight the way he fights, he didn't get. I thought he didn't get that boost he should have worldwide because it was basically a long, drawn out, 24 rounds fight with somebody he should have got up out of there. That's what I did. Anyway, he could become a world star, but I think he's that smaller weight class doesn't get love like the bigger weight classes because if anyone was doing the same thing at like from 135 to 154, he would be a world star. So you know, you have to be able to put on a very entertaining fight outside of this country to really get people to I think to get people to say, you know, because like when Errol went over there to fight what's that boy's
Kell
name?
Brook.
Kell Brook.
Kell Brook.
That's when Errol became a star.
Right.
Because
Well,
he was
one
able
thing
to
I
go
want
out.
to say.
No, he was able to go out there and bang out. It wasn't no boring.
But you got to look at it too. You know, Errol was an Olympian. Carissa Shields, she's an Olympian. You know, so they represent. You know, what I'm saying another aspect. You know, it's bigger with them because they fought in that league, right? You know, those Olympians and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They kind of represent America. You know, even though he didn't win a gold, you know what I'm saying, he did fight in the Olympics. You know, so it's kind of like England versus America in a way when he went over there and fought Kell Brook.
Yeah, but I also think, and I get exactly where you're going with it, but I do believe that I think Zuffa. That's what I want to say. Zuffa is something. It's an anomaly. You don't know what to expect. You know what I mean? A lot of this is just speculation. I'm more on the positive side of the speculation. You have people more on the negative side, right? But I can say this: for the same fact that we're talking about America, I mean, boxing may take a hit if other sports become more popular, right? But I think Zuffa would do well with that model. Again, this is given that the model stays the same the way it is in the UFC, where the best fighters fight each other. This is consistent. Now, I'm not saying I haven't seen Dana White protect certain people. I watched him protect Conor McGregor. At the height of Conor McGregor's career, he didn't let Conor McGregor fight the very best. But it did come to a point where the fans started to demand Conor to fight better competition. That's when you seen Conor got thrown in against Khabib Nurmagomedov. He got destroyed. What I'm saying is, I think that's another reason why. And I know we pointed out about the white male population who want to see more people like him be successful, but we cannot ignore the fact that Dana White has a tournament style fighting league, and that's going to always attract people. When people feel like the number one will have to fight the number two, that's going to attract people. And my argument is that Zuffa may make boxing more popular with that type of model.
But they're gonna have to get better draws over there. Right now, I don't think Dev is not going to Dev, Teo. I don't even like that fight because Teo just got washed.
I don't want Devin to fight Teo at all. I don't want Devin. He already lost to Shakur. He don't do nothing for Devin, you know. So I don't like that fight at all. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a waste of a fight. So I think if they really want to start I think moving the needle, they need to snatch up like the Keishawns, the Abdullah Masons, those type of because even Tank, I think Tank is a little bit too old for that. Shakur is too boring for that. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. But they need those younger dogs that's going to go in there and put on exciting fights. And that's what they need. Devin's a good name to have, but he ain't going to be so entertaining unless they put him up against somebody he can knock out and just beat up. It's not going to redraw fans because they need to literally get more casual fans to watch Zuffa than they're going. And remember, like I just said, Top Rank got that deal with TNT. So that's a free fight. You ain't got to subscribe to Paramount Plus.
People don't realize that casuals actually run this damn sport.
By far.
And I'm gonna be honest with that Teo fight. Probably if he had did a better performance against Shakur, it might be a little bit more plausible for Devin. But I don't think Teo at any point in his career was ever going to be a threat to Devin. Devin was going to wash that Negro no matter what.
He got confidence. Don't have no confidence, man. And when it comes to fighting up the competition, you know, he don't have the confidence, you know.
Yeah, he can only do well against people where he's athletic. Oh, go ahead, my bad.
No, I was just saying, I just don't see where this fight could benefit Devin. You see what I'm saying? I don't understand where this came from, honestly. But because my thing is, Devin got everything to lose and nothing to gain fighting Teo. And what I mean by that is, I don't think Devin is going to lose to him, right? But even if you don't go in there and dominate Teo, now you compare it to Shakur's performance. It's not a lot of upside for fighting Teo at all.
Agreed.
Well, it's the name. It's his name. It's Teo's name, bro.
It's definitely a name, but it's starting to lose its tarnish on that name. I mean, there are fights where
that's why he need to do it now. He only lost to Shakur, and he did lose to Camboso.
I thought he lost to Sandor Martin. I honestly thought he lost to
I did too. I thought he did too. Well, I'm just saying that I know what you're saying about his name, right? But what I'm saying is this. I don't think it does. I don't think Devin get more for beating Tio as far as his legacy of beating the Hitchens at this point. I'm just being honest. I know y'all gonna say, well, he did this, he did that. But if you look at the landscape of what's Devin is still in limbo. A lot of people thought Devin come back against Brian Norman was supposed to bring him back out of obscurity, right? And it gave him a lot of momentum towards that. But when the Rolling fight fell down, shit, in the eyes of most fans, Devin is back in limbo. Going to fight Tio and not looking great against Tio drops you further than you were before you beat Brian Norman.
I mean, maybe he should go to 154 and fight somebody up there.
Maybe.
But I was also told that Devin. I was also told that Devin is also actively negotiating with the zone as well too. So hopefully he can land that contract, because with that you can still make the possibility of the Ryan rematch, and that's a huge fight.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Right. Like I was listening to Tim Bradley, and he keeps saying that Devin needs a promoter, you know. And I was like, shit, look like he's doing fine up on the build. I mean, what, you know, if you got Eddie Hearn, you know, downplaying him, and you know what I'm saying, and people don't look at Dev like, you know, he's an exciting fighter, and he gets a 3-fight, $30 million deal at Zuffa and shit. I think Bill's doing all right. I mean, shit to me.
Man, Dev done made money in his career than Tim Bradley ever made in his, man. I don't know why he even speaking on him.
Yeah, I've looked for that.
The problem is we're not being honest. Yeah, the problem is we're not being honest, because right now I'm coming together under the camaraderie that we all Americans. We're not being honest as American fight fans, that because you have people like Tim Bradley that'll say, well, Devin thinks he's more than worse than what he is, or he needs a promoter. Nobody want to be honest about the obvious steps that were taken that are being taken right now to box Devin out. Until people can be honest about that, we can't just say he need a promoter. How about we tackle the fact that people are actively trying to block him? People like Eddie Hearn. Even Rolly Romero told you, I don't want. He said it multiple times, I don't want to fight Devin. And when the time came to fight Devin, between Rolly and the PPC, they made sure that Devin didn't have a guarantee. Now, if somebody want to come at me and argue me, I can get if you say, well, why didn't Devin just take the fight? I give y'all that, right? I give y'all that. But I'm also looking at it from Devin's point of view. He's a certain caliber fighter that has made a certain amount to this point. I think a guarantee wasn't too much to ask for this.
But remember, Rolly said Dev should fight Ryan first to get that rematch. That's what he said. Before he fights me, he needs to fight Ryan first. He said it's a bigger fight than me.
I would love that.
That's the fight to make. But Ryan's on doing Ryan things, and Dev is kind of stuck in limbo now. To take that fight against Rolly with no, and again, they lie so much from that camp that the whole fact that they came out and said, well, they started spouting pure numbers, and I've never seen anyone do that against the PBC. I got doubt with that. I got to look at it with a kind of a side eye, because no one else has come out and said, well, PBC wants me to do X, Y, and Z. The thing about it is you can't call yourself a boss. You can't call yourself a promoter. Then when another promoter's like, yo, we got to share some of the expenses, it's a problem. You can't have it both ways. You either got to be like, all right, well, you know what? I have a promotional agency, but this is just for tax purposes. Tell the truth. Tell the truth, because now that you wanted to bring up the $6 million in expenses, well, you should have did this. Well, we'll pay 3. We want 75% of the pay-per-view, and we see what happens. So, don't say I'm a boss, then start complaining about $3 million. Can't have it both ways. So,
the zone done gave up all kind of damn money for Eddie Hearn to say that now. They just saying that now because they low. He done came to the end of that $1 billion that he threw away. You know what I'm saying? Now he's getting to the bottom of the jar. Now he's trying to be careful, which Top Rank was telling him, you know what I'm saying, that he's just wasting money and shit, you know what I'm saying, but he didn't listen, because he was being too arrogant. But, Zuffa Boxing has got to play out, you know what I'm saying? We got to see how they do, see what kind of effect they're going to have on the sport. I just think we just doom and gloom because, they're kind of interfering with a lot of things right now. But I think that's the upside. The upside is, we're gonna get to see some fights, man, that wouldn't normally be made.
We hope.
And if they could do that, man, I'll be grateful, man. If they could get somehow and get Shakur to fight, get that fight, or if what's his name, Alashik can get Shakur and Devin. I mean, that's shit.
But Turkey didn't want that fight.
Say that again.
If Turkey wanted that fight, he'd have had that fight already. He doesn't want that fight. Turkey, I mean, he got his own problems right now in Saudi Arabia. They kind of under attack. So, he may be mentally checked out. But like, for example, this whole Jai Opata, I've heard people say, well, David Benavidez openly ducked Jai Opata because he said he wouldn't fight for the Zuffa belt. My thing is, if Jai really wants that fight, you go to Dana, say, Dana, I want this fight. So you're gonna have, I want this fight. So you're gonna have to let me fight over on the zone with the PBC for this one fight. That's what Jai has to do to make this fight. Because if I'm David, it's too much for me to lose. I will lose.
Yeah.
Because the sanctioning bodies might be like, yo, well, you can go over there and fight, but we're not going to sanction the fight. Then, okay, yeah. Then okay, this is how I think. If my risk is losing these belts, Zuffa, you're going to have to pay me mid-8 figures for me to think about coming to fight for you. Because I'm going to have to drop any kind of leverage I have over making any future fights. So I need life-changing money ASAP. Or David could be like, that's one way I think to get David to come over there to fight. Because they're going to have to make it worth his while to drop those belts. Because the sanctioning bodies are not going to sanction those fights.
Yeah.
For him to fight Jai, I can't see that happening. Or Jai has to tell Dana, look, Dana, I really want this fight. Make it happen. You let me go over there. But Hunt, do we look at the belts the same now after all the bullshit that we've seen? We've seen title holders, David's
like
too young to give up the belts.
We got prospects holding belts and shit now. You know what I'm saying? It's
I think David's too young to ignore the belts. He's only like 25, 20. He's too young to ignore the belts. So he's going to need belts. Again, you have to make it life-changing money where I don't have to box again if I don't want to. For me to drop.
Kind of like that Canelo. See, that's what fucked up Canelo. You know what I'm saying? He got that money. He got that deal too early. Him and Triple G, they got that deal too early. He got that $365 million. He can fight who he wants.
Well, the redemption for Canelo is that fight is still there to be made. Like, he still can go out. He can have an impressive performance here or there and then make that his last hurrah fight with Benavidez. That should be the only fight that Benavidez should ever try to move down to either get. From here on out, his trajectory is upward. So every move should scale upward. He shouldn't be thinking about making no move that's not going to benefit him in no way, because he truly has captured the viewership of folk. People are pushing him. They're saying, yo, he is the real deal. He the boogeyman now. He the person that is must-see TV. So he got to capitalize off of that.
He just got his ass kicked, too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he must see TV, but they're trying to pull Crawford back in for a second fight, right? You know that, right?
I would definitely try to do that, because for one, if you a competitor, you got to show them, hey, look, that was just a bad day at the office, and that I'm still like pay-per-view worthy. But on top of that, you got people who would tune in to see that because now they want to see him redeem himself, and other people want to see him get his butt whooped. So you generate a bigger revenue of the portion because people now want to tap into it. But the bigger fight to me would be also the Benavidez fight, because people have seen Benavidez look really good in the ring against two people that are bigger than him. So now you really got a chance to maximize off the fact that some people want to see him lose. Hey, let's see Canelo get his tail whooped, or see him conquer the dragon. I mean the giant, so to speak, and David. But I hear what you're saying. I mean, for me, the only way that fight happens with Jai is if Jai is able to leverage the fact that I am some star and you gonna want me to stay here, but I'm gonna need to make this fight, because this right here can solidify me to help your business grow. Because look, if I can handle him, then you saying you got the baddest dude in the land in your roster. I think that's the only way he sells that fight and get out of it, because David don't want that damn Zuffa belt. That ring belt, a different story though, because that does have some sort of tradition or heritage to it. But that Zuffa belt, man, he ain't caring about that.
Man, let me tell you something. I don't think none of those dudes want to fuck with David right now. You know, as hot as he was so on point, you know what I'm saying, against, I mean, I'm not saying like Gilberto Ramirez, like, he's a decent ass fighter. You know what I'm saying? He's a decent dude. But Dave, the way David put opened a can of whip ass on him, I don't see nobody really, you know, touching David at cruiserweight. I think he'll beat better Bivaz. You know what I'm saying? Bivol, you know what I'm saying, just because he's a little long in the tooth, but I don't think Bivol want that fight. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I just think David's kind of like in a no man's land right now. It's that once again, you know, people just don't want to face him. You know, he's in a weird time where, you know, he don't have a lot of tough talent, you know what I'm saying, to fight against. You know what I'm saying? So I think he's going to be collecting belts. I think he's going to end up undisputed at cruiserweight. He's going to end up undisputed at light heavy. I don't think Canelo's ever going to give David Benavidez that fight. He might as well forget about it. That dude is so scared of David Benavidez. He don't even care if he do it out in the open. You know, he's never going to fight David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? So I think people need to put that out. You know, he said $200 million. He wants $200 million to fight David Benavidez. You know what I'm saying? Come on.
Yeah, he was wilding for that.
All right, bro.
I mean, if Turkey was giving out the money like they said he was giving out, why not ask for it?
He did get $100 million to fight Bud Crawford, and nobody got him to him.
I don't think Canelo will fight him for $200 million. I don't think he
for $200 million.
I don't know.
As his last hurrah going out the sport, yeah, he'll fight him for that. Because that's the only way I think we get the fight. I think that would be his last hurrah. Like, yo, my last chance to make some serious money. Because there's some people who believe in that fight and will really pay to see that fight. I mean, more so than they'll pay to see the Crawford fight.
Everybody would pay to see that fight, but I think they're going to shoot for Crawford. I think Canelo really wants that fight back. I think that's the fight he think he can win. You notice he didn't go after the Bivol fight. I mean, clearly Bivol is just better than Canelo. You know what I'm saying? Because he would have fought him again, but he didn't want to risk his belts at 168 against Bivol.
Yeah, he don't want to push his stuff up on him. You're right about that. He only wants to come after your stuff. Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, but he want Crawford because Crawford won the belts and he want to get it back in blood, you know what I'm saying, with Crawford. I don't know. It's like, I don't know why he took that fight in the first place, because he had to know that Crawford was more skilled than him. I don't know. He misjudged the Bivol fight too. So, you know, he's been making some bad decisions.
Can I add a little bit to that? I honestly think that he figured that Crawford wouldn't be able to take what he's throwing at him. And if we look at that fight, the thing that surprised me the most about that fight was the way that Crawford was prepared for every punch that came. Like, he caught every punch, but when he caught him, it clearly affected him because he would move all the way away whenever a punch landed, but he just was catching him. And it frustrated him. You could see the frustrating mountain as the fight went off. And then, you know, rounds 10, 11, and 12, it looked like he didn't even want to go back out. And in fact, his corner said, hey, it's done. It's done. Like, you're done. You know, they didn't have, see, he doesn't have the right corner for one, and he didn't respect Crawford for two. I think that this time going around, he'll train to respect him a little bit better. I don't know if he's going to have the right corner, if it's still the same thing, because one thing I will say about Bud is his corner is elite because they're a machine. It's not just one person. It's like four. And they do their job scouting and preparing for their opponent. And if you don't, go ahead, my bad, Paul. What'd you say?
No, it's a great matchmaking. You know,
yeah, great match. You absolutely spot on with that. And as you stated, He did not, I don't believe he won the Trout fight. Honestly, if we looking at that Skull fight, he really didn't beat Skull.
Laura didn't beat Laura.
No, didn't beat. Well, the only thing that Laura did was he helped him by running so much in the second half of that fight. If Laura would have did what Crawford was able to do, then, you know, he would have likewise made a better statement for himself. I thought it was a good fight going until round 8. I thought round 8 was the turning point in that whole fight, because it started off, I think it was 8 or 9. One of them started off with Canelo doing really well, and then the switch flipped, and then it was just all Crawford. And then after that, it was like Canelo had nothing to give him, nothing to do. He couldn't figure him out, so to speak. And it just looked bad round 10, 11, and 12 to me. It looked really bad. It looked like he didn't want to fight. Now, there's a lot of people say he think that he was hurting him. I don't think he was hurting him. I just think that he was frustrated like he was in the Bivol fight. And I think that, you know, I don't know if he can prepare for someone who is just that much more superior in their skill than he is. And Crawford is not afraid. And he was taking those punches. Those punches got to land in order for him to have effect on Crawford. And I didn't see Crawford like showing any kind of weakness in his defense. Matter of fact, his defense was spot on. I mean, hell, Madrimov was over there tagging him more than Canelo was.
Yeah, but Madrimov got the footwork and the speed. Yeah. You know, Canelo, he just got quick hands. You know what I'm saying? He don't really have the footwork. You know what I'm saying? And Crawford made sure that he had range on, you know what I'm saying, on those
For
shots.
sure.
You know, he made sure he stayed out of range, you know what I'm saying. Then once he got comfortable, he weakened a little bit, and he stopped breaking them down, Crawford started taking it to him. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, just a smarter, higher boxing IQ, all that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I never thought Canelo, you know, yeah, I think he's smart, but he's limited. You know what I'm saying? He's limited, and he, you know, you could tell from the past, he squeaked by. A lot of his biggest fights, he squeaked by until he got his name big and stopped fighting cherry-picking fighters he was tailor-made for, you know. So I was surprised when he chose Crawford. I was surprised. I said, man, that dude prepares for fight. He's one of the best at preparing for a fight. You know, a lot of these fighters, you know, they could beat Crawford, but they don't know how to prepare for Crawford. You know, their teams are not strong enough to prepare for Crawford, you know, and they lose it in the gym, in the preparation, you know what I'm saying? And the Crawford just got a well-oiled machine, you know what I'm saying, that work, you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know, you got to be prepared. You got to live a fighter's lifestyle. You know, Sean Porter, when he fought Errol Spence Jr., he had like 4 coaches. You know, he prepared for Errol Spence Jr. You know what I'm saying? Like he was going into war. You know what I'm saying? But when he fought Crawford, you know what I'm saying, he was in his front yard, you know what I'm saying, working out with his daddy, doing interviews, doing every interview for PBC. And I was like, bro.
Do you agree with his dad in that fight, though, man? I mean, it was a good fight. I didn't see him extremely hurt. Now, maybe it was going that way. Maybe it was trending that way. But I didn't see the need to stop that fight for me.
No, I don't think he wanted to see Sean. I think he knew he was about to retire, and I don't think he wanted his son to get more punishment.
I think also what you said was true. I think he realized he didn't put forth the requisite effort that was necessary to train in that fight. And I think what you were just talking about, being in the lawn and doing interviews, was what he was going through his dad's mind. Like, nah, man, you really didn't want this. Right.
You know, and you know how Sean get down. He was just getting burned out with the whole business and everything, because, you know what I'm saying, he wouldn't do it. He said he went against his dad and went and did interviews. Sean liked doing them damn interviews and liked being, you know, being in the spotlight on TV and stuff. He liked that kind of shit. So I think that's where his mind was at that point in time. But my thing is, it's like, man, when you get these big fights, man, these fighters, they got to, you know, like Marvin Hagler, like when he went into a fight, man, nothing else mattered, man. He shut down everything. These fighters today, you know, so they be going home, You know what I'm saying? They be going home having fun, and they be distracted. You know what I'm saying? It's like they don't go into it with the focus. You know what I'm saying, to win. You know what I'm saying? So it's like a half-ass effort. When I saw Jamel Charlo when he was training for Canelo, I never seen Jamel Charlo go home and spend time with the kids and all this kind of shit, playing with the kids, and, eating and shit. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? That's when I knew he was gonna lose this shit. I was like, man, he ain't serious. He going in here for a payday, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know, man. It's just boxing done got a little bit soft. You know what I'm saying? They used to go 15 rounds back in the day. You know what I'm saying? They were conditioned to go 15 rounds, and these guys, they just, I don't know, they just get burned out, bro. They get burned out. They can't stay disciplined outside the ring. It's
too much money. It's easy to get burned out when you don't have to keep fighting.
Yeah, so she starts. Do you guys think that they should go back to a 13th round? I think that they should go back to an odd round. I don't think there should be even rounds. I won't say 15 because I don't think that.
I don't know about. I don't know about it. These motherfuckers barely make it to 12. Goddamn.
So 11 then.
11. Shit. I don't know. I just know. I just like in the day. You had to have stamina.
You're right. Early. Yeah, absolutely right.
You know what I'm saying? You could do well early, but shit, when you get down to them last three, but baby, you know what I'm saying? You had to pull it out. You had to pull it out, boy. You had to show you something, boy. You had to give it all you got. But, it is what it is. It's a new day and time. I miss watching Sweet Pea fight. I miss watching Sweet Pea. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, this is a different time, fellas. But you know what I'm saying, that this is a good cook. You know what I'm saying? Shoot, y'all guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't know when I could come back. You know what I'm saying? It's like, 'cause I be on the road a lot. I'm going down to Laredo, Texas. You know what I'm saying, with this load. And I think this is pretty good. And I've been on for about 4 hours, so we're gonna leave it there.
Laredo.
Thank y'all. Say what now?
Be safe in that part of town. Be safe in that part of town, man.
Yeah. You know how Laredo is. Them motherfuckers down there. No doubt. You know what I'm saying? They steal every goddamn thing down there. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I think this is a good cook, man.
It was a great cook, man. Like I say, I apologize for coming in there, man, and my man going off. I definitely wasn't. I just came to make a statement, and the disrespect happened, and I was a little upset because that's the second time.
People don't know Zab Judah, big motherfucker, man. That motherfucker, that nigga cut like that motherfucker built like a linebacker, boy. That motherfucker, he young, he a young cat.
What did you think about that question that was asked of Zab Judah by Keyshawn and how Zab Judah responded? Did you catch that?
What did he say?
So Keyshawn was asking him, like, how did it feel fighting your friends, and like how did your families feel because you guys are so close? And Zab Judah said, man, that was the best fight. That was the best thing. He said, man, it's 20-something years later, and people stop me and talk about that fight. Yeah, he said that was absolutely good for the sport. It was absolutely good for my career. And on top of that, it's one of the most memorable fights in recent history in all of boxing. So
go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I said because that fight was pandemonium. He hit Mayweather in the nuts and shit. You know what I'm saying? And Roger Mayweather came over to grab Zab by the neck. That shit was crazy, bro. That was like the craziest fight that I ever seen at that time. You remember when they had to break down and everybody jumped in the ring?
That should have been a disqualification, by the way, too.
They weren't going to disqualify anybody for that. Not that big fight.
Man, Roger Mayweather grabbed
that man
by the neck. by the neck. And shit, Roger was still kind of close to his fighting days at that point in time. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, he's still
he
able to put some hands on folk. You right about that, Paul.
Yeah, Roger was kind of close. He was still the Black Mama. You know what I'm saying? Shit, that was an exciting fight. You had drama. You had, Zab. He was more athletic than Mayweather. He was faster than Mayweather. You know what I'm saying? Mayweather was just smarter. He knew he was a 6-round fighter and that he would break down later on. So then Mayweather stopped pressing him, you know what I'm saying? So, it's just Mayweather. People kind of use Mayweather, but Mayweather was a genius, bro. You know what I'm saying? He's different, man. He's different.
Oh, man, he's much, much more different than these people. That's why it's amazing that a lot of these people try to put their favorite fighter next to him in comparison, and there is no comparison. Like, he truly showed you, as you just stated, like, Zab was much more superior with his speed. But what Mayweather had was timing and distance down. So he was able to counter that speed by gaining his timing and taking advantage of it. And like you say, slowing him down. I thought that fight pretty much helped him the rest of his career, man, because, he was always the more athletic, the more talented fighter in the ring. And that night he wasn't. But he was superior, like you said, with his acumen. His boxing acumen is second to none, man.
Yeah,
I love Mayweather in the ring, man. In the ring, he's a beast.
Yeah, though, any athlete like Sugar Ray Leonard or all these guys, they got like personality issues, you know what I'm saying? Because they spend all their time in the gym, they never really develop the other aspects of their personalities, Tyson, you know what I'm saying? People don't know that Tyson used to hang out with all the gangsters back in the day, all the drug kingpins and, you know what I'm saying? These guys' personalities was, man, crazy. You see the fight in the ring, but you remember Sonny Liston, he hung out with gangsters and their personality is way different than the persona that you have in your mind about these fighters in the ring. They're just totally different, bro. It's just, you know what I'm saying? But, it's boxing is a street type sport. It's a blue collar sport of the people. So you're going to get real people up in that ring. So, you ain't going to get no scholars and shit like that. You ain't going to, you know what I mean?
Nah, yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, but yeah, we're going to sign on that one. Go ahead.
All right, then. No, I was just going to say, yeah, man, unfortunately, he explained to him that that's what made the sport. That was like typical of what the sport should be about, and it's always a good thing when you can make money with your friends, the ones who you care for the most, and in the process give boxing a shot in the arm. So that he'd never speak down upon that. He always take that fight. He's glad that fight was there. He's glad that they were able to take the fight, and you know what? He knew that both fighters were supremely confident in who they were and their abilities. And, it showed it on a great stage. And I think that we need to have more people see that question, that answer, so that we can get those type of fights once again.
Yeah.
But all right, Pooh, man, it's always a pleasure, man. You let me come up and talk.
Oh, no doubt, man. Come on back when we come through. Go ahead,
for sure. For sure. Be safe out there on that road, man. Drive safe.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt, bro. Okay, I see you guys. You know what I'm saying? Tell a friend. Hit that like button, fellas, on your way out. And I'll see you guys in the next one, man. Peace out.